Chapter 3196. Daoist Priest. Seeing the smile on Xiao Jian's face, Hao Renjie's heart relaxed. He hurriedly said, "If it's possible, could you please cast the spell again? This little one will go and report to the master right away. Don't be anxious." Xiao Jian pulled Hao Renjie back and said with a smile, "Steward Hao, the matter of subduing the demon should be left to I. Furthermore, you have seen that the demon in the embroidered building is very powerful. Even if I cast the spell again, I don't know how effective it will be. If you report it now, I won't be able to subdue the demon. Wouldn't that make Steward Hao happy for nothing?" "All right." Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Hua who was casting the spell, Hao Renjie frowned and said, "Then, please hurry up." Before Hao Renjie could finish his words, a few extremely high-pitched noises came from the embroidered building. As soon as the noises entered Xiao Jian's ears, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a kind of pain. At the same time, the osmanthus tree in front of the embroidered building shook violently. "Go, why are you all standing there stupidly? You only know how to watch from the sidelines. Quickly go and save the young miss." Steward Hao seemed to have endured for a long time and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't have the nerve to scold the monks of the Xiao Jin temple, so he could only vent his anger on his own family's soldiers. "Yes. Yes." A man behind Steward Hao answered. He turned his head and pointed at a few of his family's soldiers. He shouted, "You all, hurry up. And you." Steward Hao suddenly jumped up from his chair and kicked that man's leg. "Why would I raise you? Hurry up." "Yes, master." That family's soldier didn't dare to be negligent. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a padao from his waist. When the other family's soldiers behind him came to his side, he whispered a few orders. 4 or 5 people roared from all directions of the embroidered building and actually jumped into the air, rushing toward the tightly shut window at the bottom floor of the embroidered building. Bam bam! With a few crisp sounds, the window was smashed open by several people. The 5 of them fell into the embroidered building at almost the same time. However, before they could stabilize themselves, a faint brilliance flashed, and another black shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Ah ah ah! With a few screams, the 5 of them flew out of the window at the entrance of the building. Their faces were all covered in blood, and their chests were all stained with fresh blood. Useless things. "Why would I hire you?" Steward Hao's face was ashen. He didn't care about the monks of the Xiao Jin temple who had forgotten to knock the wooden fish. "Master, I've tried my best." The guard who fell down tried his best to get up and shouted, "The people inside are not ordinary people." Amid her tilde at this moment, Ming Fa stood up from the Zen platform and chanted Buddha's name. "Steward Hao, don't worry. Watch this poor monk subdue the demon." "Thank you, master." Steward Hao suppressed his anger and forced a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "These bald donkeys have been whispering here for a long time, right?" Xiao Jian immediately fanned the flames and asked Steward Hao. "Yes, I sent the goosefeather letter to the Xiao Jin temple. I thought Zen Master Ming you would come in person, but only Zen Master Ming Fa came before the sky turned dark. Master didn't like it at first, but he brought a lot of monks with him. He also said that an expert came to the temple and Abbot Ming you had to stay in the temple to welcome him. Zen Master Ming Fa also said that an expert came to our longevity town. No matter what happened, the Xiao Jin temple would be able to solve it. That's why Master was happy. However, they knocked here for a long time. The wooden fish was about to break, but they didn't seem to have any effect. TMPH, the Buddhist sect's Dharma is naturally incomparable, but this Xiao Jin temple is only a wild fox Zen. I won't hide it from Steward Hao. I have been fighting with Xiao Jin temple's Zen Master Mingyu for a long time. If you don't believe me, you can go to Steward Lu's house and ask. Last time, these bald donkeys were defeated by I." Xiao Jian immediately said. "This Ming Fa is a monk. How can he be a Zen master? I'm afraid that he doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. When he can no longer pretend, he will have no choice but to come down and let I show off my skills." Cough cough. Steward Hao didn't know how to answer. He could only cough twice and say with a smile, "Let's see Xiao Jin temple's method." "Yes, this old man will wait and see." Xiao Hua, who was behind Xiao Jian, said proudly, "Buzz buzz." Just as Xiao Jian was slandering the little gold temple, Ming Fa, who was on the Zen platform, reached out his hand and took out an alms bowl. The alms bowl was purple gold in color and looked very simple. Ming Fa then began to chant. At the same time, the dozen or so monks below the Zen platform also stopped knocking the wooden fish. They began to chant along with Ming Fa's Zen voice. Following the rhythm of yin and yang, strands of Buddhist light gradually gathered around the alms bowl. Rise tilde. After a moment, Ming Fa raised his hand and formed a Buddhist seal. His slightly weak magic power rushed into the alms bowl. The alms bowl flashed with a faint Buddhist light and slowly flew into the sky. Hey! Ming Fa actually has this move. Xiao Jian couldn't help but cry out in surprise. As he spoke, Xiao Jian didn't forget to look at Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, he felt relieved. Seeing that the alms bowl was getting higher and the Buddhist light on it was getting stronger and stronger, Steward Hao couldn't help but feel a new hope in his heart. The alms bowl flew over the embroidered building and stopped in the air. Looking at Ming Fa, who was casting the spell, his forehead was already covered in sweat. It was clear that controlling such a Buddhist weapon was beyond his ability. Withdraw tilde. Looking at the alms bowl, Ming Fa clenched his teeth and the Buddhist seal in his hand changed again. Wang wang. The alms bowl began to tremble. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl trembled and overflowed. It was like a lotus flower was gradually blooming layer by layer. When the lotus flower was extremely bright, a suction force came from the alms bowl. The suction force formed a pillar of light that covered the inside of the embroidered building. Wang wang. There was another strong hissing sound. Boom boom. Along with the hissing sound, there were another series of loud noises. The previously closed windows of the embroidered building were completely shaken open by the hissing sound. Even a few of the window frames were knocked out of the air. At the same time, the Buddhist light on the alms bowl was also fiercely flickering. A string of sparks came out from the edge of the pillar of light, creating a sizzling sound. Hiss. All of a sudden, a shadow of 10 feet in size suddenly appeared above the embroidered tower. The light above the embroidered tower flickered with a whoosh sound. The shadow actually ignored the embroidered tower and rushed straight into the night sky. It directly hit the end of the light beam, the shaking alms bowl. Boom. There was a loud sound. The Buddhist light on the alms bowl disappeared and it immediately fell from the sky. Puff puff. All of the chanting monks spat out blood and curled up. Even Ming Fa, who was on the meditation platform, was also dispirited and listless. He powerlessly watched the alms bowl fall to the ground with a clang sound. It rolled a few times and no longer made any sound. When he looked at the embroidered building again, he didn't know when the shadow had disappeared. The entire embroidered building was once again exposed to light. However, the windows were all wide open and not tightly shut like before. "Father!" On the embroidered building, a mournful voice called out, "You old man, don't do useless things here. It's better to quickly pack up and evacuate all of my Hao clan's 100+ people from Longevity Town. If we're late, no one will be able to leave Longevity Town alive." "Daughter." When Minister Hao heard this, he couldn't help but cry. "What's wrong with you? How can you still be so stubborn? How in the world are you so fascinated by that rabbit?" "Daughter, although your mother left early, father and you relied on each other for survival. Father has been kind to others all his life. Daughter, you're also kind to others. How can the heavens bear to treat my Hao clan like this? Father, if you don't leave now, I'll die in front of you today." Following a mournful cry, a face full of tears appeared in front of the broken window. Wasn't this the Hao clan's young miss that Xiao Hua saw on the streets of Longevity Town that day? However, the Hao clan's young miss was still sitting in a wooden wheelchair, her body just barely reaching the window. "Ayo, this Hao clan's young miss is actually unable to walk." Xiao Hua immediately understood. "What a pity. Daughter, can you not force father?" Minister Hao cried out with a heart-wrenching voice. "It's fine if you stay with it. Father would rather not ask about it, but this old man can't not see you. If you insist on leaving the Hao clan with it and leaving Longevity Town, how will you survive? What will you eat?" What will you drink? You can't eat radishes and cabbages, right? Father. How Clan's young Miss's face was ashen. Why won't you listen to your daughter's words? How is your daughter as unbearable as you say? Your daughter only wants to tell father that Longevity Town is facing a great disaster. Other people's daughters might not be able to persuade you, but our How Clan's daughter must say it. Even if father sees your daughter as a lunatic, your daughter must tell father. These few days. I'm afraid it's the final deadline. If father still doesn't agree, your daughter can only let it kidnap father. Daughter. Don't say any more. Minister How sighed. Father knows you've been charmed by that Uncle Rabbit. You only listen to its words. You only want to leave Longevity Town. That's why you made up such a lie. Don't be afraid. Xiao Jin Temple's monks and Jiang Chao Temple's Daoist priests are useless. Father will go beg Longevity Academy's principal Zhu right now. Father will sacrifice his face. I'll save you from this Uncle Rabbit's hands. Father. You must not go. How Clan's young miss was very anxious. She used her hand to push against the window and shouted, "If you leave even half a step, your daughter will jump down from upstairs." Chirp chirp. Several horrifying screeches rang out. The previously broken window frames and other objects were suddenly broken and thrown high into the air. Several housewives and servant girls covered their ears in pain and squatted on the ground, paralyzed like mud. Those family guards also threw their weapons on the ground, doing their best to cover their ears. Aside from Xiao Hua, the others all showed pain on their faces, their bodies trembling. -11. Chapter 3197. A white rabbit suddenly appeared on the windowsill where How family's young miss was. This rabbit was over 2 feet long and its entire body was snow white. The rabbit's fur all over its body stood up like sharp swords and its 2 ears were pointed straight at the night sky. Even its 2 scarlet red eyes were currently as ferocious as blood. How family's young miss saw this and hastily shouted. Squeak squeak. The rabbit suddenly stood up, and its 2 feet long body suddenly expanded, as if it was being inflated. Who? A stream of black gas was blown out from the rabbit's mouth. Like a sharp arrow, it rushed towards the monk of the small golden temple who had just taken out the alms bowl. As the black gas rushed out, the rabbit's body shrank once again. It was even smaller than before and the rabbit's erect fur slowly became docile. Seeing that the black gas rushed towards the monks' heads, it immediately turned into a ball and slowly fell towards them. Ming Fa and the others knew that this black gas was powerful. However, they were already injured earlier and had no strength left from the rabbit's scream. Even if they wanted to escape now, they were unable to do so. Seeing the black gas fall, all the monks were entangled by the black gas. In a moment, their bodies tilted and they no longer moved. Damn it! Xiao Jian forcibly resisted the rabbit's sharp cry. Seeing that the monks were no longer moving, the rabbit turned its head and seemed to be looking at him. He couldn't help but cry out and his body retreated a few steps. However, what caused Xiao Jian to be greatly shocked was that the moment he retreated, the rabbit that had already relaxed immediately stood up with a hoo sound. The rabbit's fur stood up again, and the whiskers at the corners of its mouth rapidly trembled up and down, as if it was facing a great enemy. Don't panic. Xiao Hua's calm voice sounded in Xiao Jian's ears again. Isn't this the time for the Temple of Tidal River to become famous? This old man has 2 little things here that can restrain this rabbit. Xiao Jian's heart trembled as he immediately remembered Xiao Hua's power. After he calmed down a little, he immediately saw that a black and a yellow object had appeared on the table in front of him at an unknown time. One was a black dog and the other was a yellow sable. You only need to give orders to these 2 little things. However, remember not to take this rabbit's life. Xiao Hua instructed again. Go. Xiao Jian was the best at taking advantage of the situation. Hearing Xiao Huaji's order, he didn't hesitate at all. He waved his Taoist robe and took out the 2 spiritual beasts as if he was the one who took them out. He shouted, "Take down this rabbit." Woof! That black dog was Xiao He. Xiao He barked and the entire building became silent. Then Xiao He jumped into the air and flew towards the building. Following Blackie's lead, Goldie followed suit with a flick of its tail. Looking at the two little things that hadn't changed much in the past 100 years, Xiao Hua felt a trace of happiness in his heart. It was impossible to say that 100 years of quiet cultivation wasn't boring, especially for Xiao Hua's state of mind. After experiencing the abandonment of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the coldness of Fairy Hongxia, and the helpless death of Xue Xuehe, his heart had reached the lowest point in his life. Although Xue Xuehe and helplessness had a great opportunity after their deaths, they were still dead. When Xiao Hua was cultivating, fretting, and being invaded by his inner demons, he would enter the dark side of the space to explore. Moreover, the stone statue of Zhong Xiaohua that accompanied Xue Xuehe's soul also represented Xiaohua, but in the end, it still hurt Xiaohua's heart. In this extremely low point, Xiaohua's only hope was Xiao Huang and Xiao He. The attachment of the two little guys, that kind of unwillingness to leave, made Xiaohua feel warmth. At the same time, Xiaohua's love for them also made Xiaohua pass through the danger when he first entered seclusion. It could be said that Xiaohua, Xiao Huang, and Xiao He were the pitiful grandfather and grandmother who depended on each other for survival. At the same time, it was this rare warmth that didn't cause any changes in Xiaohua's heart due to the upheaval. The heart of that kind and simple country youth still existed in the rising perfected Xiao. Naturally, after 100 years of cultivation, Xiaohua benefited a lot. Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and even Little Silver had also undergone indescribable changes. At the moment, Xiao He and Xiao Huang still looked so cute, but a change was already brewing in their bodies. This change was something Xiaohua didn't know about and couldn't predict. What Xiaohua knew was that this change needed to be accumulated and induced. If he simply stayed in the space, he was afraid that he would never be able to change. Therefore, Xiaohua was really ashamed to make a move on a rabbit that had just entered the market, but these two little things were just right. Chirp chirp. Just as Xiaohua was sighing with emotion, the rabbit had already moved. There was a strong neigh, like a powerful storm, with the embroidered building as the center, blowing in all directions. Dozens of family guards approached the embroidered building and cried out in unison. They curled up on the ground, blood starting to flow out of their ears. The leaves on the osmanthus tree fluttered down and scattered all over the open space in front of the embroidered building. Woof woof. Xiao He was furious and barked wildly. That sound was very strange, and it cancelled out the rabbit's neigh. Squire Hao and the others, who were already scared witless, weren't hurt by the rabbit. Xiao Yu. Seeing the rabbit flip out, Miss Hao's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, the rabbit's eyes were already red at that moment. Seeing that its neigh wasn't effective, it immediately kicked off with both legs and pounced at Xiao Huang. Its two front teeth, which were usually used to bite carrots, were now shining frighteningly brightly. Sure enough, a rabbit would bite when cornered. It really wasn't wrong. The rabbit was very strong. Even from far away, Xiao Hua could hear the sound of the wind. Furthermore, the rabbit was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had pounced in front of Xiao Huang. Hehe, this rabbit actually knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Xiao Hua laughed. Ever since it had shown up, Xiao Huang had been putting on airs and disdaining to fight with the rabbit. It had always been Xiao He charging in front. Seeing that Xiao He was very powerful, the rabbit didn't dare to bite Xiao He, and only then did it charge at Xiao Huang. What the rabbit didn't expect was that Xiao Huang's speed was even faster. Just as the rabbit stretched out its fangs and was about to bite, Xiao Huang swung its large tail and swept past like the wind. Its small claws even left a trace of blood on the rabbit's body. Woof. Moreover, without waiting for the rabbit to neigh, Xiao He's figure was even faster. Like a black lightning bolt, it streaked across the rabbit's back, and where its claws passed, it also left behind a few strands of rabbit fur. GG. The rabbit's neigh was filled with grief. Its figure turned around in midair and turned towards the osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua saw clearly from the side that the rabbit couldn't fly, but its figure was strong and healthy. The osmanthus tree was now bare. When the rabbit landed on the tree, drops of blood slid down its back and dripped onto the tree trunk. The rabbit's figure was constantly trembling, and it wasn't clear whether it was because of fear or because it was trembling. Xiao Yu. Miss How screamed in distress. Quickly go and save Miss. Only now did Squire How come to his senses and hastily shouted. However, in front of the embroidery building, the dozen or so monks were already dead, and the dozens of guards were also paralyzed. Who could still move? Seeing that Xiao Jian's legs were somewhat soft, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, I will go and ask Miss How to come down. Fellow Daoist, please. Xiao Jian raised his leg. His legs were indeed somewhat weak, but he wasn't particularly afraid. This was precisely the power of the rabbit's neigh, and Xiao Jian's body was unable to resist it. Immortal Elder, many thanks. Housekeeper How was almost crying tears of joy at the side. Seeing Xiao Hua step into the embroidery building and steadily walk up the stairs, the rabbit became anxious. It rushed out from the osmanthus tree, wanting to rush into the embroidery building. However, with Xiao Huang and Xiao Hei blocking it, how could the rabbit succeed? However, the rabbit's body once again appeared with blood several times, and the rabbit didn't even leave the osmanthus tree by 1 foot. Xiao Hua went up the embroidery building. This was a very clean room. The reason why it was clean was not because it was clean, but because there were very few things. A few potted plants were placed around the room, a dressing table, a few chairs, and a boudoir that was blocked by a curtain. Apart from these, there was only Miss How sitting on the chair. The chair was very big, and Miss How could only reveal half of her head. On both sides of the chair, there were 2 wheels that were much bigger than ordinary wheels, blocking Miss How's 2 arms. Xiao Hua casually glanced a few times and warmly said, Miss How, Big Brother Daoist, Big Brother Daoist. Miss How was only concerned about the rabbit on the osmanthus tree and didn't notice Xiao Hua's arrival. When she heard Xiao Hua's voice, she looked back with difficulty and immediately shouted, This servant knows that you are Daoist Xiao's new disciple. This servant begs you, Xiao, you won't harm anyone. It is usually very obedient, but Daoist Xiao and the monks of Xiaojin Temple forced it. GG. At this moment, the rabbit screeched again. This time, apart from the sound of pain, it was also frantic. Miss How no longer cared to talk to Xiao Hua and quickly turned her head. On top of the osmanthus tree, the rabbit that had just shriveled up was now swollen again, and its body was even bigger, more than 3 feet. You see. Xiao Hua still warmly said, a rabbit is a rabbit, a monster is a monster. They will never be human. You said that it won't hurt people, but what about the monks of Xiaojin Temple? I'm afraid that they have no breath now, right? More than 10 lives. They are gone just like that. Yes, Xiao Yu is a monster. It is not human. But it has more feelings than humans. It knows what I am thinking better than humans. Miss How saw the rabbit's situation, and her tears flowed down. She almost hysterically shouted, I lost my mother when I was young, and my father didn't like me when I was young. At first, I didn't know what was going on, but when I grew up, I finally understood. It was because I was naughty when I was young, running around on the street. In order to save me from the carriage, my mother used her body to block the horse's hooves. And I was also run over by the carriage, and my legs couldn't move anymore. After I knew the truth, I didn't dare to be naughty anymore, and wholeheartedly tried to please my father, but no matter what I did, my father would not be happy. He always forced me to do things that I didn't like. And he never treated me as a human. Look at me. -11. Chapter 3198. How Family's young miss hammered her own legs and shouted, he was afraid of losing face, so he didn't let me show my face in public since I was young. He never let others know that I don't know how to walk on my own. In the past, I had a girl who, in order to make me happy, secretly took me out of the house. I was so happy, I finally had a few people to talk to me. However, when father found out about this, he actually beat Hong to death. Do you know? When I heard Hong miserable screams, I really wanted to throw myself down from this building. I was the one who caused Hong death, poor child. From then on, I didn't dare to casually talk to the girls in the house. They also avoided me. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't come here, they definitely wouldn't get close to me. As for me, I could only raise some small animals and let them accompany me. But even if it was these pitiful little animals, father didn't let them go. He also beat them to death. The more How family's young miss spoke, the more excited she became. Her voice spread far and wide. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree was still accumulating power, as if it didn't have the confidence to deal with Xiao Huang and Xiao He. Do you know the feeling of no one talking to you? Do you know the loneliness of everyone avoiding you? Do you know the feeling of looking out the window in the dark and seeing the insects chirping softly because of you? This. Xiao Hua touched his nose. He really didn't think that this seemingly gentle and quiet girl would have so much pain in her heart. Do you know? If I didn't know the cause of my mother's death, I would have long secretly vowed to live for my mother. I definitely wouldn't let down the life my mother gave up for me. I would have left this world long ago. I would have left Longevity Town long ago. I really hate everything here. I hate the lifeless lives here. How family's young miss face was covered in tears. Sigh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was also indescribably sour. There is never a lack of love in this world, it can be seen everywhere. It's like this in Xiaoyu continent, it's also like this in Hidden Immortal continent. There is love among cultivators, there is also love in the secular world. How family's young miss shed tears and looked at the rabbit outside the window. She said again, when my life was incomparably bleak, I met Xiao Yu. At that time, I only treated it as a pitiful little white rabbit. I helped it bandage and heal its wounds, just like all the other little animals in the past. But Xiao Yu was different from other small animals. It seemed to understand what I was talking about and what I was thinking. Although it didn't talk to me at first, I already liked it. I can't live without it. I kept Xiao Yu behind my father's back, until one day, I suddenly seemed to understand its word. Do you know? The surprise at that time was definitely the only surprise in my life. The sunlight on that day was definitely the most brilliant day of my life. I saw hope in Xiao Yu, and from that day onwards, I had a new life. Gigi. The rabbit on the osmanthus tree suddenly erupted. A dense black demonic aura was spat out from its mouth. It was like a fist that struck towards Blackie. Woof. The demonic aura seemed to be several times stronger than before. It was the rabbit's full power attack. However, when Blackie barked, the black aura suddenly dissipated as if it had encountered a gale. Goldie swung its large tail and instantly arrived next to the rabbit. At the same time, it swung its tail again. Boom. It hit the rabbit's back. The rabbit spat out the black aura. It had already shrunk a lot and was unable to deal with Goldie's attack. The rabbit's body was sent flying from the osmanthus tree. Peng. It landed on the altar where Xiao Jian was drawing the talisman earlier. The rabbit seemed to be extremely weak. It actually laid on the altar and spasmed a few times. It struggled to get up but was unable to do so. The rabbit used all its strength to twist its neck and did its best to look at the embroidery building. Its crimson eyes actually had tears. Goldie and Blackie quickly descended and ferociously pounced on the rabbit. It was like a yellow wind and black lightning. The stunned Xiao Jian on the side suddenly woke up and hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill it, don't kill it." The two little things seemed to have heard something. They both landed on top of the altar and one of them rolled in the air. One stuck out its tongue and spun around the altar. The other used its large tail to sweep its fur as if it was tidying up the mess it made when it was bitten. Xiao Yu. Miss Hao's heart ached. She reached out and leaned against the window to look. She really wanted to cry. Woof, woof. Blackie stopped spinning and growled at the rabbit. The rabbit's gaze shifted back from Miss Hao and also growled in a low voice. "I beg you, Brother Daoist." Miss Hao begged again, "Even though Xiao Yu is a demonic creature like you said, it really doesn't have the heart to harm people." "Oh right." Miss Hao seemed to have thought of something. She said as if she was grasping at straws, "Xiao Yu left Immortality Town a few days ago. When it came back, it told me to leave Immortality Town as soon as possible. It said that Immortality Town is in big trouble. In a few days, Immortality Town will be wiped out and there will be no one left." I didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly told Father about this. But Father didn't believe me and even said that I was crazy. He wanted to take Xiao Yu away from me. If Father didn't send people over to endanger Xiao Yu's life, how could Xiao Yu be so crazy? I don't understand. Xiao Yu was so kind to pass the news back. Why didn't father believe it? Why did he think that bringing Xiao Yu with me was a disgrace to the Hao family? Why did he think that I wanted to leave this family? I did want to leave, I wanted to do so many years ago. But for mother, I wanted to stay at home. I didn't want those second and third mothers to make the house a mess and not see mother's shadow. You're right. Xiao Hua looked at this pitiful child and said in a low voice, you've already suffered a lot, and you carry a lot of expectations. You're not only living for yourself, you're also living for the mother who died for you. That's why you should live a better life than others, a life more exciting than others. But your life isn't just your life, it's also your father's life. You're the eldest miss of the Hao family, so you have to bear the Hao family's reputation. Your father doesn't let you show your face in public and doesn't let others know that you can't move your legs. It's not just because of your Hao family's reputation, it's also your own reputation, your future, your happiness. You can't just look at your father's actions from your own point of view. You have to look at his actions from your father's point of view. Xiao Hua still said warmly, the animals you raised weren't wrong. Your father didn't care about you at first, right? He was probably very indulgent, right? But didn't something happen later on? Didn't a servant get hurt? If it wasn't because your father was afraid that you'd get hurt, why would he kill all those animals? Now, it's been a few years, and you've started raising animals again. Your father didn't seem to ask much, right? Also, don't tell me that you've never sat in the sedan chair to relax, and that no students have ever brought gifts to see you. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked again. Me. Hearing this, Hao family's young miss got angry again and said angrily, every time I went out, my father strictly instructed me not to leave the sedan chair. And every time a student came, my father also made me sit in the chair and not move. I understand that he wants to marry me off earlier, and those shifty-eyed students, which one of them didn't come for my father's family property? You'd better come down with me. Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit on the altar and said in a low voice, your Xiao Yu's life isn't in danger, Daoist Xiao's spirit beast knows its limit. Really? Hao family's young miss was almost crying tears of joy. Can I walk out of Longevity Town? Hao family's young miss was immediately dejected. Everything is possible. Xiao Hua smiled, pushed the wooden wheelchair, and slowly walked out of the embroidery building. The window of the embroidery building was like paper, and as Xiao Hua walked down step by step from the air, Hao family's young miss was like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. And Xiao Hua, who was pushing her from behind, had a kind of holy luster on his compassionate face. Hao family's young miss almost couldn't believe that she flew down from the embroidery building. That Minister Hao and the others who still had some sanity were almost shocked. When Xiao Hua pushed Hao family's young miss in front of Minister Hao didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Minister Hao, Xiao Hua said with a smile, you heard your daughter's words just now. Do you have anything to say? Daughter. Seeing his daughter appear alive in front of him, Minister Hao couldn't help but cry. Ignoring the filth on his body, he rushed over and hugged Hao family's young miss in his arms. Father is sorry. Father only cared about his own face, only wanted to give you the best, only wanted to arrange your future life, only wanted to let you live the good life that your mother wanted you to live. He never thought about what you thought. Do you know why I didn't let you go out? The most important thing isn't my face, it's your marriage. If other people knew that you couldn't move, who would marry you? If they coveted our family's property, even if you married into our family, when father gets old, wouldn't you still be bullied? You see, father didn't even dare to invite Chongqing Academy's principal Zhu over today. That's because father already asked him to find a good match for you in the academy. This rabbit's matter definitely can't be known by others. Moreover, that girl you said was beaten to death by father, you only saw her bring you out, only saw her treat you well, but what you didn't know was that she relied on your love for her to point fingers in front of other girls, and even said that you couldn't move inside and outside the mansion. Even, father only beat her to death because father found out that she wanted to collude with evil thieves to kidnap you. Father had no other choice. -11. Chapter 3199. Although there are a lot of ugly things in this world, there are also a lot of beautiful things. Xiao Hua smiled, You only stayed in How family and didn't go out, only relying on your own thoughts. You don't even know your father's true thoughts. How could you know about Longevity Town? Outside of Longevity Town, there is still She Country. Outside of She Country, there is still hidden Immortal Continent. There are a lot of beautiful things. They will make you intoxicated. They will make you feel that being alive is truly a happy thing. They will also let you know that the gift your mother gave you is something that others can't hope for. Father. Hearing her father take the initiative to apologize to her and say so many difficulties, all for her sake, How family's young miss couldn't hold it in anymore. Knowing that she had too many misunderstandings, too many mistakes, she immediately burst into tears. Seeing the two hugging and crying, Xiao Hua smiled. He walked over to Ming Fa and the other monks, lowered his head and looked at them a few times, then clapped his hands and stood up. After that, he looked at the people lying on the ground near Embroidery House, then walked to Xiao Jian's side. The two of them whispered a few words, and the conversation between Little Black and the rabbit on the offering table ended. How was it? Xiao Hua asked in his heart. Father. Little Black said in a simple and honest manner, this fellow has honestly confessed. Sweat tilde Little Black's words almost made Xiao Hua's forehead sweat. What did this have to do with anything? However, Little Black still said, it's called Little You, it's an honest rabbit. It has never harmed anyone. A few years ago it was jealous of a rabbit hedgehog. Stop. Xiao Hua really didn't expect Little Black to say so many unknown words, and hurriedly asked, Little Black, this honest confession, this jealous of a girl, where did you learn it from? What's wrong? Father, did the rabbit say it itself? Little Black replied very strangely, is this guy right? Do you want the boy to teach it a lesson again? No need. Xiao Hua helplessly smiled bitterly. These words were probably said by that glib-tongued rabbit, right? No wonder How family's young miss liked this rabbit so much. Yes, father. Little Black continued, the rabbit was injured by a group of hedgehogs, that's why it met Coachman. Oh, Cuz is the one with the limp. The rabbit's leg was broken by someone, but it slowly recovered under the care of this coachman. It felt that this coachman was quite good, so it stayed by her side. Get to the point. Xiao Hua was a bit impatient. He wasn't interested in How family's young miss and the rabbit's complex. The main point. What's the main point? Blackie was confused. What did Rabbit mean when he said that Longevity Town would be flooded with blood? Xiao Hua asked patiently. Blackie immediately understood and said, that was the rabbit's own guess. This guy had left Longevity Town a few days ago. He seemed to have gone to visit a friend, but that friend and the people around him were gone. He searched for a long time and finally found someone who was preparing to move. People? Xiao Hua stared blankly at first, then immediately came to a realization. The people that Xiao He spoke of were probably those monsters, right? That person told Rabbit that they had received a message. Recently, a group of monsters would come to Longevity Town. These monsters usually eat humans and meat, so they didn't dare to stay in Longevity Town. They had to quickly go somewhere else. Blackie continued to explain. Rabbit knew about this and hurriedly told Cuz. He wanted Cuz to leave Longevity Town to hide, but before the coachman could take it away, the building was surrounded by people. Cuz was in a very bad mood and cried every day. Rabbit didn't know why, but he could only accompany Cuz here and not let anyone in. After listening to Xiao Hei's glib tongue, Xiao Hua immediately determined that there was a mistake in this information. He was afraid that this rabbit was a bit exaggerated, and the How family's young miss named Xiaoxi didn't understand, so she told landlord How that there was a mistake, causing a huge misunderstanding. But thinking about how this rabbit actually chose to stay in Embroidery House and Longevity Town for How family's young miss, Xiao Hua had a whole new level of respect for the rabbit. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of an even more important question and hurriedly asked, right, is this rabbit male or female? Male or female? What do you mean? Father. Blackie was stunned. Blackie. Xiao Hua looked at Blackie with disdain. He had lived for almost 200 years, but he didn't even know the difference between male and female. Blackie wagged his big tail and methodically replied, Mother, what is male and female? Boy doesn't know either. Oh, right. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Is this rabbit the same as that big white bird you saw before?" "Of course it's not the same," Blackie replied without hesitation. "Damn it, this is bad." Xiao Hua already had a bad plan in his heart, but at this moment, his heart couldn't help but thump. Thinking about the rabbit's glib tongue, how family's young miss innocence. A big white goose is a big white goose, a rabbit is a rabbit. "Mother, don't tell me you don't even know this," Blackie said to Xiao Hua with some disdain. "Moreover, that big white goose is very powerful, this rabbit is far from it." "Big white goose? How do you know about big white goose?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. Looking at Blackie's proud expression, he suddenly asked again. "In the past, there was one by the river in our home," Blackie said very simply. "Hee, I forgot." Xiao Hua smiled and said to Blackie, "Go ask the rabbit, is it male or female?" "Let Blackie go ask." Blackie wagged his tail. Talking to this rabbit is really embarrassing. Xiao Hua was really angry. Just as he was about to scold Blackie, Blackie immediately rushed to the rabbit and cried out a few times. After the rabbit weakly cried out a few times, Blackie hurriedly shouted, "Father, father, the rabbit said your servant is naturally female. Why do you think it's female?" "Ha ha ha, good." Xiao Hua's heart immediately calmed down and said with a smile, "You wait here, no need to pay attention to it." "Yes, Father." Little Black immediately flew up from the altar and landed on Xiao Hua's left shoulder. Little Yellow naturally wouldn't show any weakness and quickly landed on Xiao Hua's right shoulder. That big tail was still swaying on the back of Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua raised his hands and stroked the two little guys. That kind of smile always flowed in his heart. Xiao Hua's gaze naturally fell on the rabbit on the sacrificial table, as well as how family's young miss who was sitting on a wooden wheelchair not far away. Xiao Hua also understood the affection between how family's young miss and this rabbit. How could he break them apart? Damn it. This Xiao Hua, what is his cultivation level? Seeing the two spirit beasts beating the rabbit into a pulp and being so intimate with Xiao Hua, Xiao Jian's heart was also uncertain. Xiao Hua was like an iceberg in the sea, revealing more and more magical abilities that he didn't know about. "Minister Hao, take care of these family soldiers and monks, as well as some fainted servant." Xiao Hua brought the two little guys to Minister Hao's side. Xiao Jian naturally also accompanied them. Xiao Jian looked at the monks with a face full of disdain and said, "These monks are not dead, but they were confused by the demon aura. As for whether they can wake up or not, it will depend on Xiao Jin Temple's method." Yes. At this time, Minister Hao didn't dare to treat Xiao Jian lightly. He wiped his face with his sleeve and endured the numbness on his body. He hurriedly called the servants who could move outside to call the other servants to clean up the mess near the embroidery building. The Hao family's young miss was naturally thinking about the rabbit on the table. After leaving her father's embrace, she immediately looked at the table. The rabbit there was also looking at the Hao family's young miss pitifully. "Deoist." The Hao family's young miss looked at Xiao Hua, wanting to say something but hesitated. "Hee, go." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "This guy has been taught a lesson today. In the future, he will learn to restrain himself." Seeing the gloomy expression on Minister Hao's face, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "This is a female rabbit. It has nothing to do with the young Mrs. Innocence." Hearing this, Minister Hao patted his forehead with a very regretful expression. It seemed that he had already neglected the fact that the rabbit was male and female. It was only because of his concern and anxiety that he thought the worst of things. Seeing the Hao family's young miss struggling to turn the wooden wheelchair towards the table, Minister Hao couldn't help but walk over and push his daughter. When the Hao family's young miss turned her head and saw that it was actually her father, the smile on her face was like a lily in the night. The Hao family's young miss reached out to hug the rabbit, but unfortunately, the rabbit was too far away from her and she couldn't reach it. Minister Hao bit his lips and held back his fear. He carefully pulled the rabbit from the table and handed it to the Hao family's young miss. Seeing her father's fear, the Hao family's young miss's heart suddenly softened. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, to that night when she looked at the full moon in the sky and cheerfully asked her father to bring the full moon to her. Her father answered her without hesitation that as long as she grew up, he would definitely pluck the full moon from the sky and give it to her. As she grew up, she knew that her father was just being perfunctory. But now, seeing her father bring the rabbit to her eyes, wasn't it the same as plucking the full moon from the sky? The full moon didn't belong to the rabbit or the full moon. It was her father's love and care for her. Father. The Howe family's young Mrs. Tears flowed down again and dripped onto the rabbit. The rabbit endured the pain and leaned its head against the Howe family's young Mrs. chest like a spoiled child. It's okay, it's okay. Minister Howe wiped away the Howe family's young Mrs. Tears with heartache and forced a smile. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you out of the city and we'll go to the manor in the countryside. If you don't want to, we won't take the sedan chair. Let me push you and we'll walk through the town. I won't go. The Howe family's young miss said with a smile, I'm still waiting for Brother Deoist to treat my illness. When I can walk, I'll accompany you to the manor in the countryside. What? The Deoist priest can cure your leg? Minister Howe almost couldn't believe his ears. -11. Chapter 3200. Howe family's miss smiled sweetly. Yes, just now Brother Deoist told me personally. Immortal elder. Squire Howe almost immediately ran in front of Xiao Hua and knelt on the ground, seemingly disregarding his identity as a squire. He cried out, Immortal elder, please have mercy and save my daughter. Get up. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pulled Squire Howe up. He said, Since I have spoken, I will naturally keep my promise. Change your clothes, I will wait for some peace and quiet before we talk. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua looked at the sky. Or I can forget about today, you wait for tomorrow. Oh, no, the day after tomorrow. Come to Jiangchao Temple, I will take a look at Miss. Immortal elder, don't go. Hearing that Xiao Hua had the intention to leave, Squire Howe hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and said anxiously, I will go change my clothes now, Immortal elder, please wait a moment. My poor daughter has been paralyzed in a chair for so many years, whether it is me or my daughter, we can't wait any longer. Fine. Xiao Hua also didn't like to delay today's matter until tomorrow, so he nodded and said, I will wait here, you go change your clothes. Yes. Squire Howe hurriedly turned to Howe family's miss and said, Daughter, you accompany Immortal elder, father will be back soon. Okay, father. Howe family's miss naturally didn't want to wait until the day after tomorrow. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks, she was really afraid. Also, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out a thumb-sized pill and handed it to Squire Howe. He said, Dissolve this pill in water, feed each monk a mouthful and they will wake up. In addition, if possible, please give them some money so that they won't leak this matter. Yes, yes. Squire Howe happily took the pill and said with a smile, I am also worried about this matter. If I send these monks back for no reason, Xiaojin Temple's Zen Master Ming you will definitely not let this matter go, he might even chase after us. Immortal elder, by doing this, you have eliminated future troubles for me. Many thanks to Senior Immortal. Looking at Xiao Hua handing over the pills to Landlord Hao, Xiao Jian's face was filled with hidden bitterness. He originally wanted to watch the Xiao Jin Temple's monks get into trouble, but who would have thought that Xiao Hua would raise his hand and save these monks? His plan was in vain. However, Xiao Hua was now someone he could only look up to. He didn't dare to obstruct anything and could only watch helplessly. Open your mouth. Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit in Miss Hao's arms again. He touched it with his hand and took out a scarlet pill that was smaller than a soybean. He said, You were scratched by Little Yellow and your body has been poisoned. If you don't want to die, take this pill. That rabbit was originally lying weakly in the arms of Hao family's young miss, but when it heard Xiao Hua's words, it immediately became spirited. It hastily straightened its rabbit head, clasped its two paws in front of its chest, and bowed up and down. Why do these things look like street ruffians? How can it be a female? Xiao Hua looked at the rabbit's behavior and felt both angry and amused. However, he also knew that the rabbit would never dare to lie to Xiao Hei. Thus, with a flick of his hand, the antidote pill flew up. The rabbit very sensitively opened its three-petal-like mouth and deftly caught it. Then, in an instant, it lost all its strength and collapsed in Miss How's arms as if its spine had been pulled out. Miss How lovingly stroked the rabbit's slightly knotted fur. Ari, this rabbit. Xiao Hua was speechless. Beside him, Xiao Jian also shook his head. Two immortals. Housekeeper Hao Yulong didn't dare to leave. However, he was still extremely afraid of the rabbit and didn't dare to approach. At this moment, he mustered up his courage and said, "Please follow me to the living room to serve tea. My family's master will accompany the immortals in a moment after changing his clothes." No need to go to the living room. Xiao Hua looked at the embroidery building and said, "You all quickly clean up the embroidery building. I will help the young miss treat her injuries." Yes, yes. That housekeeper had watched Miss How grow up. At this moment, he was so happy that tears flowed down his face. He hastily called a dozen maids and rushed to the embroidery building. It didn't take long for them to finish cleaning up. At this moment, Squire How had changed into a new set of clothes and rushed over to accompany Xiao Hua to the embroidery building. After the maid placed How family's young miss on the bed, Xiao Hua carried a chair and sat in front of the bed. He smiled and said to How family's young miss, "Little girl, this old man didn't correct you just now. You have to remember that this old man isn't some Daoist brother. This old man is much older than your father. I'm more than enough to be your grandfather. Moreover, I'm also a doctor now. As the saying goes, a doctor has the heart of a parent. It won't affect your chastity, immortal elder. You're really that old?" Miss How blushed and couldn't help but ask. Gigi Tilda the rabbit at the side naturally made a sound, seemingly agreeing with Xiao Hua's words. "I can't help it." Xiao Hua shrugged. "Time forgives no man. In the blink of an eye, I'm already so old. If I didn't have to treat your leg today, I wouldn't be willing to reveal my true age to a little girl. Hehe, immortal elder is really interesting." Miss How couldn't help but laugh. "Immortal elder." Squire How at the side smiled and said, "I'll accompany you here. You're the savior of my How family. What you're worried about doesn't exist." "That's right, senior, please do it." Xiao Jian knew that there was no need to hide anything at this time. He said in a low voice, "I'll wait outside the embroidery building." "Yes, Yulong, accompany Daoist Xiao to eat in the front hall." Squire How seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted, "Daoist Xiao has been busy all night and hasn't eaten a single grain of rice. My How estate really doesn't have any etiquette." "Yes, I understand." How Yulong woke up and hurriedly asked Xiao Jian to follow him downstairs. "Immortal elder, please." Tilda Squire How smiled and said, "Once immortal elder is done, I'll accompany immortal elder to eat." "There's no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "I've already abstained from eating. You just need to accompany Daoist Xiao well." "Yes, I understand." Minister Hao's face was filled with admiration. Xiao Hua looked at How family's young miss and said with a serious expression, "Young Miss How, this old man wants to take a look at your legs. Are you willing?" "I'm willing." Although Miss How knew that what Xiao Hua said was true, she still couldn't help but blush when faced with an 18-year-old youth's face. Xiao Hua heard Miss Hao's answer and didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said to the servant girl beside him, "Take Miss Hao's clothes." At this point, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He looked to the left and said, "Forget it, you can all leave. Only Squire How can stay." "Immortal elder." Miss How naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking. She said shyly, "I'm not good at walking. My daily bathing is done by Huan Er. So it's like that." Xiao Hua scratched his head. He didn't do anything for Miss and young master, so he really didn't know about this. He thought for a moment and nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble Huan Er. Rabbit, you can go out with them. Come back in a while." Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Rabbit obediently followed Little Yellow and Little Black out of the embroidery building. Seeing Xiao Hua so attentive, although it was a bit inappropriate, Squire How was already convinced in his heart. The confidence in his heart increased by a bit. "All right, Huan Er, roll up Miss Hao's clothes to the injured area," Xiao Hua ordered. Yes. That servant girl was the one who accompanied Miss How to talk to Yuanya in town that day. At this moment, she very deftly rolled up Miss Hao's underwear, revealing the pure white skin inside. Ari tilde Xiao Hua looked at the pure white jade-like legs in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Although Miss Hao's legs had extremely good skin, they were still thin and small. They couldn't even compare to a 10-year-old child. An ordinary person could easily grab this thigh. Moreover, the muscles near the thigh had long withered and shrunk inwards. It looked very frightening. My daughter's legs were crushed by a carriage when she was young. Squire Hao's eyes were red as he explained, that carriage was carrying heavy goods. My daughter's leg bones were completely shattered. This one looked everywhere for doctors, but they were helpless. Later on, I asked someone to secretly visit Changsheng Academy. The teachers in the academy also didn't have any good method. However, they said that although the academy couldn't do it, their sect should have pills that could treat it. However, at that time, this one didn't have such a large family property and couldn't take out the primordial stones they wanted. Later on, this one worked hard to earn money and obtained such a large property. However, my daughter had already grown up and missed the best time to treat her. The immortal masters of Chongyun's sect only heard this one time and didn't see my daughter at all. They only said that they didn't have a shred of certainty. Therefore, this one gave up on this idea. Ari, father, forgive your daughter for being unfilial. Only now do I know what father has done for me. Miss Hao also sighed. You are still young, I'm afraid you don't remember these things. It's fine. In the eyes of parents, how could a child be at fault? Squire Hao immediately found an excuse for Miss Hao. I have a way. Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and pressed on Miss Hao's leg a few times. He then stretched out a few fingers and pinched a few times. He nodded and said, but. Squire Hao and Miss Hao's expressions were first overjoyed and then anxious when they heard Xiao Hua's words. They cried out, but what? Immortal Senior, please speak. Miss Hao. Xiao Hua said solemnly, your father has done enough for you, but because of your willfulness, it has caused so many misunderstandings. Although your father doesn't care, you have to bear the responsibility for all these mistakes. I can treat your legs, but you have to bear the pain with a clear mind. You must know that your stubbornness has brought much more pain to your father than all of this pain. You have to experience your father's pain. Thank you, Immortal Senior, for your help. Miss Hao clenched her teeth and said, this one has long had this intention. Immortal Senior. Squire Hao said anxiously, my daughter is weak and sickly, I'm afraid she can't bear too much pain. This one is willing to bear it for her. An unpolished jade can't be made into anything. Xiao Hua said indifferently, Miss Hao's willfulness and narrow-mindedness are all related to you. This is a good opportunity to let her know. -11. Chapter 3201. Okay. Squire Hao looked at his daughter with heartache. And with I here, you don't have to worry about life and death. Xiao Hua calmly said, I know what I'm doing. Immortal Elder, please. Miss Hao couldn't bear to see her father's affection and urged. Okay. Xiao Hua agreed and waved his hand. A dozen silver needles appeared in his hand. Then, like lightning, they pierced Miss Hao's face and head one by one. Although Squire Hao didn't know why Xiao Hua pierced Miss Hao's head with these silver needles, he didn't dare to say a word. After Miss Hao's head was pierced with the silver needles, Xiao Hua pierced them into the various acupuncture points on her legs. Finally, he rubbed his hands and said indifferently, Are you ready? Yes. Miss Hao nodded, and the maid Huan obediently took out a handkerchief and put it between Miss Hao's teeth. Kachacha Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand and grab Miss Hao's thigh. With a bit of force, the broken bones that had already grown together were completely crushed into powder by him. Ah! Miss Hao screamed. Her eyes turned white, and she almost fainted from the pain. The handkerchief that was bitten by her teeth was bleeding, and the sweat on her forehead was even bigger than soybeans rolling down. Xiaoxi. Squire Hao couldn't help but call out Miss Hao's nickname. His distressed expression was even more painful than his own broken bones. Unfortunately, Miss Hao was in so much pain that she couldn't answer. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, she groaned and said hoarsely, Immortal Elder. Is there another time? Yes, there is another time. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed as he replied. Immortal elder, I beg you. Squire Hao couldn't bear to see his daughter suffer. He pulled Xiao Hua's robe and collapsed on the ground. He cried and said, "Take everything from this lowly one's house. As long as this lowly one can afford it, please don't let Xiaoxi suffer anymore. This lowly one can't take it anymore." Fine. Xiao Hua picked up Squire Hao and looked at Miss Hao. "Xiaoxi, I also call you by your nickname. You are a kind-hearted child, and I can see clearly why you gave the copper coins to Daoist Xiao. I also know that you have the heart to raise injured animals and seek justice for the girl who was beaten to death. This is the bright side of your heart. However, you haven't been able to be as happy as ordinary people since you were young, and you have too much resentment in your heart. You also have too many misunderstandings about your father. Although I've already made things clear today, there's no guarantee that you won't think differently in the future. Today's pain is to let you know your position in your father's heart. It is also to let this pain that you will never experience in your entire life leave a deep impression on you. In this world, there are no parents who don't love their children. Immortal elder, I understand. Miss Hao replied weakly. Millimeter, then, go to sleep. When you wake up, you'll have a new life. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the silver needles on Miss Hao's head were collected into his bosom. Miss Hao's face immediately turned pale again. Xiao Hua then reached out and pressed her sleeping acupuncture point, and Miss Hao immediately fell asleep. Catcher Xiao Hua then reached out and crushed her other thigh bone. Then, he took out 2 medicinal pills and melted them with his magic power before applying them on Miss Hao's thigh. When the medicinal pills completely melted into her bones, Xiao Hua then fed her another medicinal pill. Finally, he took out another jade bottle and gave it to Squire Hao, saying, "Miss Hao won't wake up or move for the next 27 days. Feed her a medicinal pill every 9 days. During this period, don't move Miss Hao at all. On the evening of the 27th day, ask a doctor to come and take a look. If Miss Hao's leg bones are completely healed, then don't worry about it. If Miss Hao's leg bones aren't healed, then let the doctor fix it so that when Miss Hao wakes up, it won't affect the healing of her leg bones. It's that simple?" Squire Hao asked in disbelief, but he immediately regretted it and hurriedly said, "I didn't suspect Immortal Elder. Hey, it's that simple." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at Miss Hao, who had fallen asleep, and said, "The bones in her legs have been crushed since she was a child, which is a tricky thing. Later, she hasn't been treated for so many years. These crushed bones are either growing randomly in one place, or they are already necrotic. Therefore, it is impossible to treat her now. I'll shatter her bones again and use my Daoist immortal pills to fuse these bones back together in 27 days, just like how they grew back in the past. Hihi, as the saying goes, it takes 100 days for bones to heal. I am not some immortal. Being able to heal her bones within 30 days is already the best I can do." "Yes, I understand." When Squire Hao heard Xiao Hua's profound explanation, he was really ecstatic. The trace of disbelief from before also disappeared. "I thank Immortal Elder for your miraculous skill. Don't worry," Xiao Hua said again. "After 30 days, Miss Hao's bones will be healed. However, the muscles in her legs haven't been used for more than 10 years. They can't be used anymore. I still need to let Miss Hao move more and use her legs more. According to within 3 to 5 years, Miss Hao will be able to walk freely. Of course, after this treatment, the doctors in Longevity Town will be more experienced than I. Moreover, with Hao family's financial resources, they will definitely be able to support it. It's already very good. It's already very good." Although Xiao Hua wasn't able to make Miss Hao stand up in a few days, which wasn't a miraculous skill, this kind of time that Squire Hao could accept made Squire Hao feel more at ease. "I'll wait for you to leave." Xiao Hua looked around and said, "I have already done what I can do. The rest will depend on Miss Hao's recovery. Please, Immortal Elder, please." Squire Hao hurriedly asked Xiao Hua to leave the embroidery building. He ordered Huan to carefully look after Miss Hao and accompanied Xiao Hua to the front hall. Walking on the road, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "Squire Hao, Miss Hao's condition is like this. I won't say any more. I want to talk about another matter. Immortal Elder, please speak." Squire Hao said very respectfully with a smile. Just now, I only scolded Miss Hao and didn't say anything about Squire Hao. But this doesn't mean that Squire Hao didn't do anything wrong. Xiao Hua wasn't polite and said with a very serious tone, although I can't control this matter, as an outsider, I still want to say a few more words to Squire Hao. Ari, Immortal Elder, please speak. Squire Hao's face showed melancholy. Since this lowly one has accumulated this family business, no one has said anything straightforward. Actually, Miss Hao's legs are secondary. The most important thing is her heart disease. Xiao Hua also sighed. For so many years, she thought too much and did too little. Others also didn't care enough about her. She can only communicate with small animals. In particular, she is no longer good at talking to people and doesn't trust people. These problems should all be blamed on you. A person's face is indeed important. For the sake of the child's future, you should arrange some means. But remember, the child belongs to you, but the child isn't you. Your thoughts aren't the child's thoughts, and your actions can't replace the child's actions. If you blindly force your thoughts on the child, it will only make her feel suffocated and powerless. Actually, if you let the child come into contact with outsiders when she was injured, she would be able to accept her condition with peace of mind. Now, even if her legs can't be cured, her heart won't have any problems. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua said seriously, at least, she won't be obsessed with a rabbit. She won't make things difficult for you. Right, I still want to say something. You should believe her. At least from today's matter, the child didn't do anything wrong. She still thought about this family and told you a dangerous matter in advance. It's just that you didn't choose to believe her and caused such a big misunderstanding. Yes, this lowly one will change a lot in the future. Squire Hao nodded and said hesitantly, then, should this lowly one listen to the child and hide in the countryside first? Her legs. Others might hesitate about this matter, but for you, it's necessary. Regardless of whether there will be danger or not. This is the first step for you to gain the child's trust. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, as for her legs, as long as she doesn't move them, it'll be fine. You can just move the entire bed away, right? Yes, many thanks for the immortal's guidance. Squire Hao nodded like a little chick. He didn't expect that a Taoist immortal would understand the thoughts of these children so well. While talking, they arrived at the front hall. A banquet was set up in the front hall. Xiao Jian was accompanied by Hao Yulong, drinking wine to his heart's content. Seeing Xiao Hua come in, the two hurriedly got up. Xiao Jian even used his Taoist robe to wipe the oil on his mouth and respectfully asked, "Senior, Miss Hao, it's already fine." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said carelessly, "Have you eaten and drunk well?" Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "Senior knows that this disciple has eaten his fill. Since you've eaten well, you and I should hurry back. In a few hours, we will be preparing to go to the Xiaojin temple." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Yes, this disciple understands." Xiao Jian now only followed Xiao Hua's lead. He hurriedly left his seat and said respectfully, "Immortal Senior, don't be anxious." Squire Hao hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's Taoist robe and said anxiously, "Immortal Senior has worked so hard to save my daughter from the fire and water. This lowly one has to give Immortal Senior 3 times the respect." Seeing that Squire Hao was very sincere, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I don't like drinking wine, let Daoist Xiao drink it on my behalf." "Very good." Squire Hao hurriedly gave Hao Yulong a look and raised the pot to toast Xiao Jian 3 times. At this time, Hao Yulong also came in with a plate full of more than 10 small gold ingots. -11. Chapter 3202. Immortal Elder. Squire Hao respectfully said, "This is a small token of gratitude. This small one knows that thousands of taels of silver are not enough to repay Immortal Elder's gift. This is only a small token of my appreciation. Your Jiangchao temple is really shabby, so I ask Immortal Elder to accept it. When the Jiangchao temple is repaired, this small one will put in even more effort." Xiao Hua naturally had no use for these treasures. He glanced at Xiao Jian. What made him feel strange was that Xiao Jian, who previously would have dropped a copper coin, didn't have much of a reaction to the shiny gold today. However, Xiao Hua still said, "Daoist Xiao, this is Squire Hao's token of appreciation. What do you think?" "Very good, very good." Xiao Jian also smiled and said, "Disciple thanks Squire Hao on behalf of Daoist Xiao and Sea God Daran." As he spoke, he unceremoniously took the tray, picked up his cloth bag from the table, and casually poured the gold into it. From the looks of it, it was no different from pouring a dozen copper coins. "Let's go." Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't say much and brought Xiao Jian out of the front hall. Under the guidance of Squire Hao and Xiao Jian, they left the Hao residence. However, just as they walked out of the front hall, Xiao Huang and Xiao He flew in from the air. Xiao Hua waved his big sleeve and naturally put them back into the space. That glib-tongued rabbit didn't appear. Clearly, it returned to the side of the Hao family's young miss. Outside the Hao residence, a carriage was already prepared. Xiao Hua glanced at the night sky. It was the darkness before dawn. He didn't say much and lifted his foot to get on the carriage. Looking at the coachman driving the carriage away from the Hao residence, Squire Hao and Hao Yulong bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. The carriage was very stable. Xiao Jian sat for a moment and a wave of unbearable sleepiness came over him. He didn't dare to rest and forced his eyes open. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged, and asked, "Senior, disciple has a question. I have always wanted to ask. Is it possible?" "Speak." Xiao Hua didn't open his eyes and said indifferently, "If you want to ask about my origin, then you should just shut up." "I don't dare." Senior's origin has nothing to do with disciple. Disciple definitely won't ask too much. Xiao Jian yawned and said, "Disciple just feels a bit strange. Senior's cultivation is so profound, why don't you like to reveal it?" When this disciple first met Senior, perhaps Senior had some restrictions that prevented him from revealing his cultivation, but later on, it was obvious that Senior's cultivation had recovered, so why did he keep hiding it? "Especially when I came to the Hao residence tonight. Actually, this disciple needs to rely on Senior, but why does Senior have to pretend to be this disciple's follower? In the end, wasn't it Senior who took action to deal with that rabbit? Moreover, Senior's cultivation has also been exposed. Since that's the case, why must Senior hide behind me?" Xiao Jian's words were originally unintentional, perhaps because he wanted to get close to Xiao Hua, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. That's right, when Xiao Hua was in the Dawn Rain continent, he had yet to obtain a cultivation method. From being a rogue cultivator to being abandoned by the heavens, and then to the Imperial Thunder Sect, he had suffered a lot. Not long after arriving at the Imperial Thunder Sect, he obtained a cultivation method from the Buddhist sect, and even had some achievements in Buddhist cultivation. From this moment on, Xiao Hua became very careful, blindly concealing his cultivation, trying his best not to let others notice him. However, Xiao Hua was this outstanding, like a sharp flying sword, so he would definitely stand out. A great Dao sword battle resulted in the terrifying Phoenix and nascent soul Nameless, making it impossible for him to hide anymore. However, Xiao Hua's cautiousness, his habit of hiding himself, remained. Even now, when he arrived at the immortal burial continent, whether it was the Buddhist sect or the Confucian sect, they were all upright and upright. Even the Daoist sect's cultivators were not the kind of cultivators who would be exterminated. Was there a need for Xiao Hua to be this cautious? Just like tonight, just like what Xiao Jian said, Xiao Hua simply did not have any need to hide behind Xiao Jian. Even if it was to deal with that rabbit, a few fire talismans and a magic tool would be enough to deal with it. There was simply no need to go through so much trouble. If Xiao Hua's magic power was not enough, but to deal with an inferior little rabbit, just a yellow talisman would be enough, right? Ari, a habit, it's a habit. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, he already heard Xiao Jian's snoring sound. Xiao Hua's mouth hung a smile, and secretly said in his heart, "This Xiao is hiding something, aren't you also hiding something?" Previously, when you saw a few copper coins, your eyes would open. Today, when you saw so much gold, you didn't lose your composure. Those high-grade spirit stones, Ordinary people simply do not understand. You also properly received them. That so-called single Liang country, King Xiao Jun, it seems like they are all real. Xiao Jian's sleep naturally reached the Jiangchao ridge, only then was he awakened by Xiao Hua. Rubbing his eyes, Xiao Jian did not say anything, jumped down from the carriage, and followed Xiao Hua up the mountain. When he arrived at the door of the Daoist temple, he still turned his head to look at the sky that was already somewhat bright in the night. He cupped his fists towards Xiao Hua, yawned, and entered the east wing, as if he had full confidence in the upcoming challenge. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the banyan tree, and saw Yuan Yue jumping over like a spirit ape. He waved his hand, and walked into the west wing. Everything in the west wing was no different from before he left. Xiao Yun was still lying in the wooden barrel, except for her head which was still exposed. The rest of her body was soaked in water. Xiao Hua stretched his hand out to test the temperature of the water, but it was still somewhat cold. He knew that Yuan Yue had just changed it. Then, he stretched his hand out from the water and took Xiao Yun's wrist out. After examining it for a moment, he shook his head slightly. What's going on with this child? Xiao Hua sighed. If she's sick, then right? From her pulse, everything is normal. But if she's not sick, then the heat in her body hasn't decreased. Moreover, her pulse is different from ordinary people's. This child. Thinking, Xiao Hua looked at Liu Yi who was sleeping soundly. When Brother Liu came to the Jiangchao temple, he was already seriously injured. Although he had Xiao Hua's spirit pills, his mental and physical exhaustion was not something that could be replenished by spirit pills. Tonight, he really couldn't hold on, so he fell asleep in front of the wooden barrel. Ari, it's rare for there to be love in this world. Xiao Hua looked at Liu Yi's tightly knitted black eyebrows with deep worry, knowing that he was worried about Xiao Yun even in his dreams. This girl has nothing to do with him, but he was able to give his care because of the girl's loneliness. Although he is a thief in the marketplace, his heart is so bright and pure. Compared to How Family's young miss, he is much better. Poor How Family's young miss, if she could meet Brother Liu when she was young, perhaps she wouldn't have isolated herself from the world, only living with a rabbit. Ayo, rabbit. Xiao Hua thought of the rabbit and suddenly froze. That's right, the Shi country of the hidden immortal continent is different from the Shi country of the Dawn Rain continent. Not only are there Confucian and Buddhist cultivators here, there are also demons. Since the rabbit can enter the boudoir, and Xiao Yun's pulse is different from ordinary people, could it be that she is also a demon? Xiao Hua originally wanted to use his Dharma eye, but at that time, Liu Yi was beside him, so Xiao Hua felt that there was no need, so he stopped. At this time, Xiao Hua carefully looked at Xiao Yun's face, but he couldn't see any difference between her and ordinary girls. However, Xiao Hua also knew that there was a little duck in his space. How could he tell when Dai was still in her human form? Of course, at this time, Dai had completely recovered after 100 years of cultivation, but Xiao Hua still didn't think of how to explain the space to Dai, so he threw her in a corner of the space, isolating her from other things, waiting for an opportunity to let her out in the future. As for the matter of the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, Xiao Hua wanted to ask Dai first, but when he arrived at the hidden immortal continent, Xiao Hua simply didn't ask. Who knows when he can return to the Dawn Rain continent? It won't be too late to ask when the time comes. There was also the multicolored conch, there were also some changes, but Xiao Hua didn't dare to look. If it was really Ming Hua's body, then who knows what was so special about it? If he was careless and fell for it, it would be too late to cry. Everything depends on the opportunity. Xiao Hua sighed, then thought again, maybe I can see some clues with my heavenly eye. Thinking, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again, and a faint light flashed on his forehead. Layers of green light were produced in the white light, but, just when the Dharma eye was about to open, Xiao Hua suddenly frowned, patted his forehead, and said with a bitter smile, "What time is it now? How can I still think of this? What the rabbit said may be true, since this Xiao knows, I naturally have to investigate. Let's talk about Xiao Yun's matter in a few days." Immediately, the light on Xiao Hua's forehead disappeared, and Xiao Hua hurriedly walked out of the east room. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in front of the Daoist temple, looked at the gradually rising sun, and was about to send out his divine sense, but just as his divine sense was sent out a few li, he withdrew it again. Divine sense can't be subtle. If it's to investigate something, it's better to use Buddhist sense. Under the puzzled gaze of Yuan Ya, who was lying on the banyan tree in the distance, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense, and began to carefully investigate the surroundings of Longevity Town. The little gold temple in the night still had the noise of the day, and inside the great strength hall, it was still brightly lit. On the incense table in front of the Buddha, incense sticks were burning fiercely. In front of the incense table, a dozen monks wearing monk robes were chanting some unknown sutra, and in their hands were a wooden mallet, lightly knocking on the wooden fish in front of them. Only, in this night, the chanting of sutra was somewhat vague, and the sound of the wooden fish was also somewhat low. Stop! An angry roar sounded in the main hall. Immediately, the chanting of sutra and the sound of the wooden fish stopped. What was extremely disharmonious was that the main hall was only silent for a moment, and the dang-dang sound of the wooden fish sounded again. Abbot, please forgive me. The crisp sound of the wooden fish was knocked twice, and the monk who was dozing off in time hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, looking at monk Mingyu in front of the incense table, who was wearing a kasaya and had a face full of anger, and was glaring at him, and hurriedly called out. -11. Chapter 3203. Chemph. Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes flashed with anger and humphed. Look at all of you. It's just chanting sutras. Why are all of you so listless? You can't even last a night. What kind of cultivation is this? It's better to renounce asceticism and go home to farm. We were wrong. Please forgive us, Abbot. The group of disciples hurriedly lowered their heads and said in unison. Senior brother Abbot. A slightly fat monk standing in front of the group of disciples smiled and said, the disciples left in the temple are just ordinary monks, they can't be compared to the disciples that senior brother Ming Fa took away. My Xiaojin temple is now filled with incense. There are many lay people who come to pray and fulfill their vows. They have been doing good deeds in the temple during the day to welcome pilgrims. They are already very tired. If they stay up all night chanting sutras, I'm afraid they won't be able to support themselves. I hope senior martial brother can understand. Junior brother Ming Jian. Zen Master Ming Yu's face was filled with displeasure as he said, it's not that I don't understand them. I don't ask much of them, but it's different today. Yunlin Temple's martial uncle Xingchen is coming to my Xiaojin temple. No matter how well we do on a daily basis, he won't be satisfied. Our hard work will all be for naught. Sigh. Hearing this, Ming Jian's face was filled with worry. He looked at the night sky outside the main hall and sighed, we have been waiting here for 3 nights, but martial uncle didn't come. I'm afraid he won't be coming today. Senior brother, why don't we let the disciples go back and rest? Tomorrow is the day of the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Although my Xiaojin temple can't be as lively as Yunlin temple, it should still have some atmosphere. These disciples will have to work hard tomorrow. At this point, Ming Jian couldn't continue. Sigh. Zen Master Ming Yu was also worried. The immortal Buddhist ceremony is one thing, but the challenge of the Jiangchao temple is more important. If martial uncle Xingchen doesn't come in time tonight, my Xiaojin temple will be in trouble tomorrow. Forget it, all of you can leave. Rest in peace early so that you can be energetic tomorrow. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist sect's disciples. Yes, we understand. The dozen or so monks felt as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. They all stood up, bowed, and left one after another. Ming Jian, you should go back too. Seeing that Ming Jian was still sitting there, Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand and said. But Ming Jian smiled and said, disciple had better accompany senior apprentice brother here. Maybe martial uncle Xingchen will come over soon, so it's better for our Xiaojin temple to not lose our manners. Speaking to this point, Ming Jian was puzzled again and said in a low voice, Senior brother Abbot, didn't you say a few days ago that Shishu should have arrived the day before yesterday? Even if martial uncle is late, it shouldn't be so late, right? If you ask me, who should I ask? Zen Master Ming Yu was clearly impatient. He got up from the futon and walked slowly to the door of the main hall. He looked at the night sky outside and smiled bitterly. The Immortal and Buddha ceremony will begin in a few hours. The challenge of Jiangchao Temple would follow soon after. Over the past few days, the reputation of the Tidal River Temple had risen greatly. They had saved 2 men and women who were about to die, igniting the passion of the entire longevity town, not to mention the reconstructed golden body called Daoist Master Xiao or Lord Sea God. Even the incense was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the past, their Daoist sect had Yuan Ya, and even our Xiao Jin Temple's disciples couldn't defeat him easily. Now that there's a mysterious Daoist Master Xiao, how do you expect our Xiao Jin Temple to face him tomorrow? Senior brother Abbot Ming Jian was a little surprised. That Yuan Ya might be strong and skilled in fighting, but in the eyes of senior apprentice brother Ming Fa and senior apprentice brother Ming Jian, he shouldn't be much, right? That new Daoist Master Xiao of Jiangchao Temple has an unknown background and we don't know how strong he is, but it's obvious that he's Xiao Jian's blood relative. Xiao Jian doesn't have any cultivation, so how strong can his blood relative be? If I could easily kill Yuan Ya, would his Jiangchao Temple still exist today? Zen Master Ming Yu replied in a low voice, although Yuan Ya doesn't have any Daoist techniques, his fighting skills are all Shorekill techniques that put his life on the line. I've only just formed a good relationship with him. If I really put my life on the line, I'm definitely better than Yuan Ya in terms of punches and kicks. Besides, how can I, as the head of a temple, directly face off against Yuan Ya? Then we're in trouble. Ming Jian's expression changed as well. He smiled and said, I thought that senior apprentice brother Abbot had always been hiding your strength and didn't want to lower yourself to the same level as Jiangchao Temple. Mate, that might not be as serious as you think. Zen Master Ming Yu narrowed his eyes. If it really involves the survival of my Xiao Jin Temple, I'm not afraid to use my Buddhist secret technique. Oh? What happened to Xiao Jin Temple? You're actually going to use a secret technique? At this moment, a Buddhist sense swept past them. Similarly, a surprised voice sounded in their ears. Martial Uncle Xingchen. Hearing this voice, Zen Master Ming Yu almost shouted out loud. He hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice and the Buddhist sense. Not long after, 4 middle-aged and old monks of different sizes stepped on faint clouds and floated down from the night sky. Disciples Ming Yu and Ming Jian greet martial uncles. Zen Master Ming Yu and Ming Jian tidied up their clothes and respectfully bowed. Amitabha, martial nephews, please rise. In front of him was a thin old man. His eyebrows were already white, and his hands were abnormally dry. However, the old man's eyes flashed with an extremely bright light. He glanced at the 2 of them and chanted the name of Buddha. Yes. Zen Master Ming Yu and monk Ming Jian replied and straightened up. The old man was Xingchen. After greeting Ming Yu and Ming Jian, he waved his hand and said, behind me are Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan. Martial nephew Ming Yu, have you met them in Yunlin Temple before? This disciple greets your martial uncle Xing Kong. As for martial uncles Xing Minute and Xing Fan, I have only heard of your name and have never seen you before. Monk Ming Yu smiled and greeted Ming Jian and the other 3 martial uncles. Where's Ming Fa? Xing Chen clearly had some understanding of Xiao Jin Temple. Although I'm late, the other ordinary disciples can rest. He can't sleep early, can he? Haha, of course not. Zen Master Ming Yu smiled and said, I've been waiting for martial uncles with more than 30 disciples of Xiao Jin Temple for 3 days. The other disciples just left a few minutes ago. As for Ming Fa, today's dusk, Counselor Hao of Longevity Town is in some trouble. It seems that there's some demon there. I can't go, so I sent junior brother Ming Fa over. Looking at the time, he should be back soon. Oh, demon. Xing Chen raised his white eyebrows and said in surprise, what kind of demon is it? Can Ming Fa handle it alone? I don't know what kind of demon it is. Zen Master Ming Yu said casually, however, as far as I know, there aren't any powerful demons in Longevity Town. Besides, Ming Fa has the demon-absorbing bowl in the temple and more than 10 disciples to help him. He should be fine. No. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen immediately shouted, tell this old monk where Squire Hao lives. This old monk will go and see for himself. Okay. Seeing that Xing Chen was so serious, Zen Master Ming Yu's heart tightened. Just as he was about to speak, Xing Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "It seems that I don't have to go." "Oh, Ming Fa, they're back." Zen Master Ming Yu hurriedly released his weak Buddhist awareness. Unfortunately, the range of his Buddhist awareness was too small to see anything. However, Zen Master Ming Yu withdrew his Buddhist awareness and said to Xing Chen and the others, "Since junior brother Ming Fa is back, you don't have to worry about him. Please rest in the quiet room." "Okay." Xing Chen nodded and looked at the great Buddha's hall. "After I pay my respects to Buddha, I'll go." Then, under Zen Master Ming Yu's lead, Xing Chen and the others paid their respects to Buddha and came to a quiet room that had been prepared in advance. Ming Yu and Ming Jian poured tea for Xing Chen. Before Xing Chen could take a sip, Ming Fa returned to Xiaojin Temple with more than 10 embarrassed disciples. Ming Fa and the others were injured by the rabbit's demonic qi and their primordial qi was damaged. They looked dispirited and listless. Ming Fa ordered the disciples to go back to their rooms and rest, then he came to see Zen Master Ming Yu alone. Seeing Ming Fa return with a broken halberd, both Zen Master Ming Yu and Xing Chen were surprised. After Ming Fa told them what had happened, Zen Master Ming Yu's face changed greatly. Looking at the frowning Xing Chen, Zen Master Ming Yu got up and walked to Xing Chen. He knelt on the ground and said, "Martial uncle, please save Xiaojin Temple from destruction." "Ah, why is that?" Xing Chen seemed to be thinking about something else. Seeing Zen Master Ming Yu bow to him, he hurriedly stretched out his hand and said, "Martial nephew, stand up and speak." "Martial uncle, this is very important. It concerns the survival of Xiaojin Temple. If Martial uncle doesn't agree, I'm afraid I won't dare to stand up and speak." Zen Master Ming Yu said bitterly. "It concerns the survival of Xiaojin Temple?" Xing Chen was even more surprised. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "As long as it's something that I can do, just say it. Since it concerns the safety of Xiaojin Temple, how can I not agree?" After Zen Master Ming Yu told him about the challenge between Xiaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple, as well as the Immortal Buddha ceremony at Changxing Academy, Xing Chen smiled and said, "I thought it was something important. Since it concerns the prosperity of Buddhism, even if you didn't say it, I would have volunteered myself. It's not a difficult task." "Thank you, Martial uncle." Seeing that Xing Chen didn't blame him for taking matters into his own hands, Zen Master Ming Yu was overjoyed. He hurriedly thanked him and said, "I just wanted to take advantage of Martial uncle's arrival to wipe out the remaining Taoists in front of Xiaojin Temple. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected opponent." "An unexpected opponent? That's nothing." Xing Chen smiled and said, "If you challenged Changxing Academy, I would have to consider it. A small Jiangchao Temple doesn't need me to take action. This old monk's junior brother alone can uproot them. Haha, that's for sure." Zen Master Ming Yu smiled and said, "Not to mention Jiangchao Temple, even Changxing Academy, since Martial uncle and the others are here, they will definitely win. However, I feel that Changxing Academy is too powerful in Changxing Town, so it's not easy to confront them openly. Otherwise, I would have pulled Changxing Academy into the fight." -11. Chapter 3204. Hihi, what do you know? Xing Chen sneered. "It's not worth it to sacrifice Changxing Academy for a bet. We can't challenge the bottom line of the Confucian cultivators. We can only try our best to develop the power of the Buddhist sect. What's more, Old Monk and the rest are not the only ones who have come to Longevity Town. The Chongyun sect has also sent a few literary masters. I may not be able to win." "Ah! How many literary masters have come from Changxing Academy?" Zen Master Ming Yu was surprised. He looked at Xing Chen and said anxiously, "Did something big happen in Changxing Town? Not only did Liao Chen of the Buddhist sect come, but also a literary master of Confucian cultivation. Ming Fa, come here." Xing Chen didn't answer Zen Master Ming Yu's question. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Ming Fa to come to him. After Ming Fa sat on the praying mat in front of Xing Chen extended a finger and placed it between Ming Fa's eyebrows. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xing Chen opened his mouth and said, It seems that the so-called monster of the Hao clan is just a rabbit that has turned into a spirit. However, Ming Fa, you didn't wake up on your own. What kind of elixir did you take? With your cultivation, you can't escape from the rabbit. Ah, that's... Zen Master Ming Yu was shocked. He looked at Ming Fa and asked, did the sun rise from the west? Xiao Jian of Jiangchao Temple actually helped our Xiao Jin Temple? If Xiao Jian didn't know how to do it, then it must be another Taoist. Xing Chen laughed. Impossible. Ming Fa shook his head quickly. It was always Xiao Jian who did it. That Taoist was just a follower, but speaking up to this point, Ming Fa also came to a realization. He looked at Ming Jian and Ming Yu and said, but, from the things that happened in the past few days, this Daoist priest with the same surname Xiao is really possible. Oh! What happened to Jiangchao Temple? Xing Chen's interest was piqued again. As far as I know, this dilapidated place can no longer pose any threat to the Golden Temple of our Buddhism sect. Why are there so many things happening today? Zen Master Ming Yu recounted everything that had happened in the past 10 days. Hehe, do you still need to say it? It must be that Daoist priest Xiao's doing. He must have some kind of Taoist elixir, Xing Chen sneered. The awakening of Ming Fa and the others, as well as the subduing of the rabbit spirit, are all related to Daoist Xiao. That's right. If this Daoist priest Xiao didn't want to reconcile with my little gold temple, he wouldn't have been able to save Ming Fa and the others. Zen Master Bright Moon nodded and said, given Xiao Jian's harsh temperament, he could only send the unconscious Ming Fa and company back to Little Gold Temple and use this to humiliate our Buddhist sect. Amitabha, if that's the case. Ming Fa had already thought things through on the way here. Upon hearing Zen Master Ming Yu's words, he blushed slightly and pressed his palms together. I've made things difficult for senior brother Abbot. It's all my fault for being too weak. Hehe, it's fine. Zen Master Ming Yu glanced at Xing Chen and said with a smile, my Buddhist sect has always been merciful to people. Whether they are secular people, Confucian cultivators, or Taoists, I have never really attacked Yuanya, have I? Those small fights were just a joke to the Jiangchao Temple. Since the Jiangchao Temple was the first to show goodwill, Little Gold Temple shouldn't be petty. Xiao Jin Temple couldn't be petty. Who didn't know how to return a favor? Tomorrow. Oh, I should say today, at the Immortal Buddha ceremony, we only need them to admit defeat and forgive them. Fool. Unexpectedly, just as Zen Master Ming Yu finished speaking, he thought Xing Chen would clap his hands. However, what greeted him was Xing Chen's cold face and scolding. Ming Yu, you have been the abbot of Little Gold Temple for so many years. You have received the high hopes of our Yunlin Temple's elders. I. Seeing Xing Chen so angry that he didn't even address him as martial nephew, Zen Master Ming Yu panicked and hurriedly stood up. Please enlighten me, martial uncle. You don't understand the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism, much less the conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism. You don't know the greatness of my Buddhist sect. Why did my Buddhist sect travel millions of miles to build a Yunlin temple in the country of Xi? Why did my Yunlin temple send you to Longevity Town to become the abbot of Little Gold Temple? Xing Chen said coldly, to shine the Supreme Buddha's light on the 3 continents is what we, the thousands of bodhisattvas, should do. This is our lifelong obsession. Your hypocritical benevolence can only be blinded by worldly grievances, throwing our Buddha's greatness into the sea of blood. Today you let go of Jiangchao Temple, tomorrow you will let go of Longevity Academy, but what about them? When they bare their sharp fangs and drive you out of Longevity Town, I'd like to see where you'll end up. Previously, when I saw that you were able to deal a fatal blow to the Taoists of Jiangchao Temple when I came to Longevity Town, I thought you were a promising talent and was delighted. However, after hearing what you said just now, hearing Xing Chen's words, Zen Master Ming Yu put his palms together and said, Amitabha, martial uncle's teachings are right. I've learned my lesson. I won't dare to use my little mercy to block the Buddha's great ambition, and I won't dare to use worldly favors to block the glory of my Buddhist sect. Ien, it's good that you know your mistake. Xing Chen's expression changed, and he nodded, actually, Your goal in Longevity Town isn't Jiangchao Temple, I'm sure you know that. Yes, I understand. Jiangchao Temple is just an ant compared to Longevity Academy. Zen Master Ming Yu lowered his head. My Xiaojin Temple still doesn't have the strength to compete with Longevity Academy. Do you think Longevity Academy agreed to participate in the competition and hold the so-called Immortal Buddhist ceremony at Xiaojin Temple on Zhu Juanfeng's whim? Xing Chen's right hand sneered. Longevity Academy wants to see our Buddhist sect's attitude towards Taoism, whether we're tolerant or cold. Don't forget what the Immortal Buddhist ceremony is. If you're tolerant today, not only will Jiangchao Temple's Taoist sect grow stronger, even Longevity Academy will bully you and trample on you. The conflict between Buddhism and Confucianism is like a tiger and a wolf. Yes, I understand. Seeing that Xing Chen actually brought out the conflict between tigers and wolves, Zen Master Ming Yu hurriedly nodded. Then tomorrow's matter will depend on Martial Uncle. Since Longevity Academy sent someone here, they must be prepared. Jiangchao Temple also has Daoist Xiao who can subdue demons. It won't be easy to deal with them. When he spoke up to hear, chanting Master Brightmoon was clearly shocked again. Of course, a Transcendence Realm Martial Uncle came from his family, a scholar-level Confucian cultivator came from Long Life Academy, and even the unremarkable River and Tide Temple gained a Daoist priest who could subdue demon. Wasn't this a situation of fierce competition? He didn't believe that these people were all here for the Immortal Buddhist ceremony that Longevity Town had never paid attention to before. Martial Uncle. Zen Master Ming Yu asked tentatively, you didn't come to Longevity Town for the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, right? When I came here, who knew that you would hold the Immortal Buddhist ceremony here? Xing Chen sneered, if I wanted to participate in the Immortal Buddhist ceremony, wouldn't I be at Yunlin Temple? Who would have the patience to come to your Xiaojin Temple? Zen Master Ming Yu was delighted to hear Xing Chen's nagging and not so serious tone. He smiled and said, then I really don't understand. Is there anyone in Longevity Town that can catch the eye of martial uncles? If it's my purpose for coming here. Xing Chen glanced at Ming Fa and said lightly, it's related to what Miss Hao said. Ah! Ming Fa was stunned and almost blurted out, what the rabbit said was true. Sigh. Ming Fa's words made Zen Master Ming Yu and Ming Cheng gasp. They looked at Xing Chen in disbelief. That's right. Xing Chen said lightly, Yunlin Temple received news that some demons are eyeing Longevity Town. It can't be. Zen Master Ming Yu almost cried out in grief. He had put in a lot of effort in Xiaojin Temple, and it was not easy for it to have such a scene. If the demons were eyeing Longevity Town, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Longevity Town is one of the hundreds of towns in the country of Xi. There's nothing to show off. Why are those demons eyeing Longevity Town? I'm not a demon, how would I know what they're thinking? Xing Chen did not refer to himself as old monk anymore. He seemed to have a lot of resentment. What exactly is the news that martial uncle received? Ming Cheng was also afraid and asked in a low voice, perhaps the news is false. It may not be false. Xing Chen shook his head and said, even Chongyun's sect sent scholars to Longevity Academy. The Confucian cultivators must have received this news as well. However, the reason why this old man came a few days late was because I looked around and found a few unorthodox cultivators. I even went to Lucky Shun Town to visit the small bamboo temple. What's strange about it? Zen Master Ming Yu looked at Xing Chen's expression and asked in a low voice. There seems to be some movement, but it also seems to be groundless speculation. Xing Chen shook his head and said, however, it's not like what you think, or what Miss Hao said about the people being plunged into misery and suffering. I'm afraid it's just some small demons who want to do some blood sacrifice. It's not a big deal. Blood sacrifice. Zen Master Ming Yu raised his eyebrows and said, why don't they go deep into the mountains and forests? Why would they go to Longevity Town where there are so many people? Don't tell me they want to use hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town as sacrifices. If you're a demon, you must know. How would I know if they want to use hundreds of thousands of people for blood sacrifice? Damn it, it's just some groundless speculation and they sent me here. Sigh, Think about the invitation to the immortal Buddhist ceremony that I went through so much trouble to get. It's all wasted. Haha, martial uncle, tomorrow my Xiaojin temple will have an immortal Buddhist ceremony, and you're hosting it. Isn't this fulfilling your regret? Bullshit. Xing Chen was about to stand up. However, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly put his palms together. Amitabha, this poor monk knows his mistake. Then, he recited a few scriptures and said, "Look at that nondescript arena in front of your door. You want me to preside over the immortal Buddha ceremony? You really want to embarrass me?" -11. Chapter 3205. Only now did Monk Ming Yu realize that Xing Chen referred to himself as an old man. His eyes narrowed and he hurriedly said, "If martial uncle isn't willing, then sit up there. This disciple will host on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Either way, it's a glorious affair." "What glorious affair?" Xing Chen said in annoyance. This old man has never heard of a Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian challenge held in an arena made of several wooden pillars. This kind of arena can be used by ordinary people, but it will collapse as soon as a cultivator goes up there. Let's not talk about anything else. With a flying sword from a Confucian cultivator and a Buddhist seal from a Buddhist disciple, wouldn't your thin wooden planks be destroyed? This disciple understands. Monk Ming Yu blushed and smiled apologetically, but this disciple's little gold temple only has 30 people. How could we have the financial resources to make it perfect? This stage is nothing more than a place for unranked disciples to play around on. When Martial Uncle sparred with Longevity Academy's literary masters, he naturally flew back and forth in the sky for the people of the secular world to admire. Why would he need this stage? Although that's the case, this is still the face of the Buddhist sect. We can't ignore it. Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan, go add Buddhist light to the arena so that others won't laugh at us if anything happens. Yes, we understand. Hearing the order, the three arhats who had been silent with their brows lowered responded and stood up. "Martial uncle, this way please." Ming Fa glanced at Monk Ming Yu and hurriedly said, "Let's go. We'll go out together." Xing Chen waved his hand and said, "It's almost dawn. We won't be able to cultivate in the quiet room for long." "Yes, martial uncle, this way please." Monk Ming Yu and the others hurriedly stood up. When they arrived outside the Xiaojin temple, they saw a large flat area under the mountain gate. There was an arena that was several zhong in size. Below the arena, there were dozens of thick wooden pillars supporting it. The thickness of the arena was at least a foot. It could be considered extremely sturdy. On the two sides of the arena were two sheds. They were empty inside, without any tables or chairs. Under the morning light, the arena looked very lonely, especially between the thick wooden pillars. Darkness seeped through the gaps, making it look very rough. Perhaps because he had just been scolded by Xing Chen, Zen Master Ming Yu, who had always been proud of the arena, felt his face heat up. He stole a glance at Xing Chen in front of him, as if waiting for Xing Chen to speak. Unexpectedly, Xing Chen only glanced at him indifferently before raising his head to look at the Longevity town in the distance. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Zen Master Ming Yu didn't dare to say anything. He only accompanied them quietly. On the other hand, Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan discussed in a low voice for a while. Then, they stood at different parts of the ring and waved their arms. Some of them were chanting mantras, while others were making Buddhist seals. After half an hour, a faint Buddhist aura appeared from all parts of the ring. The originally simple and crude ring seemed to have a bit of a Buddhist aura. Ming Fa leaped up and landed on the stage. He circulated his internal energy and kicked the stage a few times. He didn't hear the previous zhezhi sound. He put his palms together and bowed, many thanks to the three martial uncles. Amitabha. The three monks put their palms together and smiled faintly. It was already dawn in the east. Everyone's monk robes fluttered in the morning breeze. A solemn atmosphere filled the air around the ring. At this moment, a Buddhist aura that was fainter than the wind and brighter than the sun suddenly swept across the ring. However, it paused for a moment when it swept past Xing Chen and the other monks. "Ah!" Xing Chen and the other 3 monks were in the transcendence realm. They were at the 2nd and 3rd tier of elemental energy. How could they not notice the Buddhist aura sweeping over them? Xing Chen was shocked and almost lost his voice. Which martial ancestor is here? Xing Chen didn't hesitate. A cloud appeared under his feet and he flew towards the source of the Buddhist aura. He wanted to welcome the owner of the aura. Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan didn't want to stay. They hurriedly flew up as well. Martial uncles, martial uncles. Zen Master Ming Yu was anxious. He was only at the 1st and 2nd tier of elemental energy and couldn't fly. He didn't have a Buddhist weapon in his hand. He couldn't help but shout. However, Xing Chen and the others didn't seem to hear him. The figures in the air became smaller and smaller. Senior brother Abbot, Ming Cheng and Ming Fa turned pale with fright. Their Buddhist aura was weak and almost inaudible. However, they also noticed the abnormality of the Buddhist aura. They walked over to Zen Master Ming Yu and asked excitedly, which martial ancestor's Buddhist aura is this? Are there other seniors coming over? How would I know? Zen Master Ming Yu replied unhappily, even martial uncle Xing Chen doesn't know. How would I know? Then, Ming Fa said softly, what's this martial ancestor's cultivation level? Can the old man block the demon's blood sacrifice? Senior brother Ming Fa. Ming Cheng smiled. Since martial uncle Xing Chen calls him martial ancestor, then it must be RUNI's cultivation level. He was at the 4th tier of elemental energy in the hidden immortal continent. What RUNI's cultivation level? Zen Master Ming Yu rolled his eyes at Ming Cheng. That's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Yes, I know. It's Ming Ni's cultivation level. Ming Cheng said embarrassedly, a martial ancestor with this level of cultivation. I'm afraid he's on par with the abbot of our Cloud Forest Temple. No, he should be stronger than the abbot of Cloud Forest Temple. Why did he come to Longevity Town? Naturally he has the same goal as martial uncle Xing Chen. Haha, that's good. Ming Fa laughed. With him around, we don't have to worry anymore. Ari, senior brother Abbot, you didn't go to Hao clan so you don't know. That demon is really powerful. Even my Xiao Jin Temple's Buddhist artifact couldn't do anything to it. If there's an even more powerful demon coming over, my Xiao Jin Temple. Zen Master Ming Yu snorted coldly and said, it's because my Xiao Jin Temple doesn't have that kind of power that martial uncle Xing Chen and the rest came to Longevity Town. Now that a Ming Ni's martial ancestor has come, my Xiao Jin Temple has nothing to worry about from now on. That whatever rabbit, whatever radish, they're just methods for us to spread Buddhism. Yes, we understand. Ming Fa smiled and said, with martial ancestor, what Tidal River Temple, what Longevity Academy, they're not enough for my Xiao Jin Temple. Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand to stop Ming Fa and ordered the two, quickly go and inform the disciples in the temple to prepare for the martial ancestor's arrival. Yes, we understand. Ming Cheng and Ming Fa left excitedly. However, after an hour, the sun had risen and the 30 or so people in Xiao Jin Temple were already waiting in front of the Xiao Jin Temple in their monk robes. Xing Chen and the other 3 flew back. There were no other monks in front of them. Martial uncle. Zen Master Ming Yu frowned slightly. He looked at Xing Chen who had landed on the ground and said in a low voice, is it because martial ancestor doesn't want to stay in my Xiao Jin Temple? No. Xing Chen frowned even more tightly than Zen Master Ming Yu. I didn't find any trace of martial ancestor. He seemed to have passed by here. His Buddhist awareness swept past, so it's not easy to find him. Zen Master Ming Yu was extremely disappointed. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Oh, of course. Xing Chen raised his head again and looked into the distance. Perhaps he's in Longevity Town, and he has the same purpose as me. But he's not from Yunlin Temple, so he doesn't want to meet us. This martial ancestor's cultivation. Ming Fa couldn't help but whisper, has he already reached Ming Jin? Yes, in terms of Buddhist awareness, he should have reached the Ming Jin realm. Xing Chen nodded. However, Buddhist disciples don't pay much attention to Buddhist awareness. They only focus on refining relics. If I'm not mistaken, this martial ancestor has just stepped into the Lotus realm. Pseudo-Lotus? Ming Fa was dumbfounded. Of course, Xing Chen said proudly, this is just a feeling based on my Buddhist awareness. It can't be true. If martial ancestor is Ming Jin, he could even be Rugu. Martial uncle Xing Chen. Ming Fa smiled and said, how many realms are there in Buddhist cultivation? I haven't entered the rank yet, so I really don't understand. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Hihi, little guy. Xing Chen laughed. You haven't entered the rank yet, but you want to know the 9 realms? Aren't you biting off more than you can chew? Seeing Xing Chen joking like this, Ming Fa knew that Xing Chen's worries had disappeared because of the presence of the Buddhist sect's master. He smiled and said, although I haven't entered the rank, I should at least know the secret of Buddhist sect's cultivation. Otherwise, if I accept a disciple one day, I'll be too embarrassed to tell him about it. Hihi, okay. Xing Chen was in a good mood. There are 9 realms in Buddhist cultivation. They are benevolence, transcendence, Rugu, bright Jin, pseudo-lotus, canopy transformation, embryo formation, stationary spirit, and living Buddha. The mysteries within can only be comprehended when one cultivates. This old man doesn't know either. You just have to remember it well. Thank you, martial uncle. Ming Fa was overjoyed. Forget it. Let's go into the temple. The immortal Buddha ceremony is about to begin. You should get ready. Xing Chen waved his hand and said to Monk Mingyu, oh right, you said that the rules of the challenge were set by the temple of Jiangchao. Did they send it here? This. Monk Mingyu smiled bitterly. Xiao Jian hasn't sent it yet. I don't know if he sent it to Changsheng Academy. Nonsense. Xing Chen scolded. The challenge is today. If you don't even know the rules, how are you going to compete with them? Martial uncle. Monk Mingyu smiled. Originally, there were only 2 people in the temple of Jiangchao. One was Xiao Jian, the other was Yuanya. It wasn't 10 days ago. A third person came. I don't know his name. I only know that his surname is Xiao. These days, the temple of Jiangchao has been very busy. It should be the work of the newcomer, Xiao Daoist. The 3 of them had probably never seen such an exuberant situation before. Where would they find the time to come to my Xiaojin temple? I can't send people to ask them. Wouldn't that make my Xiaojin temple lose face? Moreover, I think, as long as martial uncle comes, no matter what the temple of Jiangchao has, won't it be destroyed under the martial uncle's dharma? -11. Chapter 3206. And these past few days, I've been worried that Uncle Master wouldn't be able to come, so I didn't think too much about it. Zen Master Ming Yu added, let the monastery of Jiangchao bring it on. Our Xiaojin temple will deal with whatever comes our way. Why should we be afraid of them? Ha ha ha, that's right, Uncle Master Ming Yu. Xing Chen laughed when he heard Zen Master Ming Yu's last few words. Exactly. No matter what rules the monastery of Jiangchao sets, they're nothing but ants before the power of our Xiaojin temple. With that, Xing Chen entered the Xiaojin temple with his head held high. The 3 disciples of the Transcendence realm followed him, leaving Zen Master Ming Yu and the rest behind. Ha, Uncle Master Xing Chen is really straightforward. Ming Fa said enviously. Exactly. Zen Master Ming Yu said in a low voice, if Uncle Master can stay at our Xiaojin temple for a while after the immortal Buddhist ceremony, we'll definitely benefit greatly. Abbot Tilda. Just as Zen Master Ming Yu was thinking about how to keep Xing Chen, a disciple called out softly from behind him, someone seems to be coming from the foot of the mountain. Oh! When Zen Master Ming Yu heard this, he hurriedly turned his head. Indeed, there were a few horse carriages slowly approaching the small gold temple on the mountain path about 1 mile away. Beside the horse carriages were several burly men on horseback guarding them. This is Manager Feng from the Green Pine Drugstore in West Town. Ming Cheng looked at him for a moment and said with a smile, when I passed by the Green Pine Drugstore that day, I heard him mention that the Immortals and Buddha's ceremony is a rare event in the Longevity Town. Today, He will definitely come to support the Xiaojin temple. Zen Master Ming Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He naturally understood that in the hearts of the people of Longevity Town, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony was no different from ordinary social theater and music performances. Shopkeeper Feng came to support, just to watch the show. Forget it. Since he's here, he's a guest. My Xiaojin temple can't be too slow. Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand. Come with me to welcome him. Since shopkeeper Feng of the Green Pine Medicine Store was here, the shopkeeper of the Sundry Goods Store, the shopkeeper of the Grain and Oil Store, and so on wouldn't be far away. Carriages after carriages and streams of people came from all around Longevity Town towards the little golden temple. By the time the sun was high in the sky, there were already several hundred people gathered around the arena. Looking at the mountain path at the foot of the mountain, there were still many people coming over. Zen Master Ming Yu had really underestimated the gimmick of the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony. This was especially so when the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony included the competition between the Buddhist sect, Confucian cultivators, and Daoist sects. These hundreds of people had long surpassed the usual number of people who came to the Xiaojin temple to offer incense and worship Buddha. His Xiaojin temple only had about 30 people. How could it handle this? Fortunately, just as Zen Master Ming Yu was sweating profusely and feeling extremely anxious, Longevity Academy sent over 100 disciples. Under the lead of a teacher, they assisted the Xiaojin temple in maintaining the order of the ceremony. While Zen Master Ming Yu was extremely grateful, he originally wanted to discuss with the teacher how to assign these disciples to assist the Xiaojin temple in arranging the hundreds of people. However, the teacher only greeted Zen Master Ming Yu with a smile. After announcing his name, he immediately turned around and instructed the 100 disciples to split into 10 groups and lead the villagers in all directions of the arena. He didn't even bother to discuss with Zen Master Ming Yu. Zen Master Ming Yu was very dissatisfied. This was clearly overstepping one's authority. Where would the Xiaojin temple put its face? However, in just a moment, the Long Life Academy disciples who were divided into groups each carried out their own duties, commanding the villagers. When they saw the chaotic arena become orderly again, Zen Master Bright Moon revealed a bitter smile. Now, how could he not know that his little golden temple, compared to Long Life Academy, couldn't take a single blow? Not to mention the number of disciples and cultivation, just the experience of dealing with such a big scene was far inferior. Zhu Junfeng suggested that the Immortal Buddha ceremony be held in Xiaojin Temple. On one hand, he wanted to see how Xiaojin Temple would deal with it. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to see Xiaojin Temple make a fool of itself. Fortunately, Zen Master Ming Yu smiled bitterly and rejoiced at the same time. This seat has always respected Longevity Academy. Moreover, Longevity Academy doesn't need any incense. Between them, it can be considered harmonious. This is why Zhu Junfeng was able to send disciples over to assist. Although Longevity Academy is strong, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. It's not a big deal for them to cover up my Xiaojin Temple's brilliance. Immortal Buddha, Longevity Academy is in front of my Xiaojin Temple. Regardless of whether it was Zen Master Ming Yu's self-deception or Longevity Academy's overstepping one's authority, the order in front of the arena gradually improved. Even though there were many villagers who came later, they were all led to an orderly place by the Longevity Academy disciples. Naturally, the villagers in front of the arena weren't all kind people. Some of them didn't accept the arrangement and stood in a bad position. It was inevitable that there would be some complaints and conflicts. Longevity Academy's disciples didn't show any mercy to these people. They either subdued them or chased them away. Zen Master Ming Yu and the others were envious of their ruthless methods. In the eyes of the Buddhist monks, these people were pilgrims and parents of food and shelter. However, in the eyes of the disciples, they were troublemakers. They could use any means to deal with them. There were even some ruffians who didn't look like they were here to watch the competition. When they saw the Academy's disciples, they didn't even go near them. They stayed far away and turned around. The crowd was weaving. When the sun was high up in the sky, there was already a black mass of heads in front of the arena. The people at the front came early. Some brought their own chairs and stools. Even if the people at the back brought some, their line of sight was blocked by the people at the front. When they sat down, they couldn't see the arena clearly. Zen Master Ming Yu took a look and got a fright. Weren't there close to 2,000 people here to watch the show? Amitabha. If these people come to my little gold temple, everyone will burn incense for the Buddha and give a copper coin to the little gold temple. Zen Master Ming Yu couldn't help but think. Just as Zen Master Ming Yu's imagination was running wild, Ming Fa ran over and whispered, "Senior Brother Abbot, no one from Longevity Academy and Jiangchao Temple has come yet." "It's fine." Zen Master Ming Yu smiled and said, "Longevity Academy's disciples are here. How can their dean not come? As for Jiangchao Temple, Ayo, I forgot that Xiao Jian and I didn't agree on a time. That guy is so sinister. He won't not come, right?" When he finished speaking, Zen Master Ming Yu's expression almost changed. If Jiangchao Temple didn't come, wouldn't this arena become a joke? These few days, he was jealous of Jiangchao Temple and worried that Xing Chen hadn't come yet. This made Zen Master Ming Yu a bit flustered. Buzz buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from the horizon. Zen Master Ming Yu's ears twitched and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked up and saw a few figures flying towards him with flashing sword lights in the distance. Amitabha. Longevity Academy's people are here. Zen Master Ming Yu put his palms together and said with a smile, "The Confucian cultivators are here. This immortal Buddha ceremony can begin. As for Jiangchao Temple's Taoists, if they don't come, it can only be said that they fled before the battle. There's nothing to fear." As he spoke, Zen Master Ming Yu tapped the monk staff in his hand and was about to activate this Buddhist artifact to bring him up into the sky. However, from the little gold temple's mountain gate behind Zen Master Ming Yu, a few loud and clear Buddhist chants came. "Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Martial Nephew Ming Yu, hurry up and welcome the Confucian cultivators. Yes, Martial Uncle Xing Chen." Zen Master Ming Yu was overjoyed. Using the flying technique in front of so many people would be the center of attention. It would be of great significance to the little gold temple's reputation in the future. He could almost imagine the kind of longing these good men and women would have when they came to the little gold temple to worship Buddha and fulfill their vows. However, before he could activate his telekinesis, a few excited donkey cries came from the mountain path at the bottom of the hill. Soon after, a hoarse voice with the same excitement faintly sounded. Zen Master Ming Yu couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, because the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it Daoist Xiao Jian from Jiangchao Temple? Sure enough, when he looked up, on the mountain path far away, a lame donkey was pulling a broken carriage. In front of the carriage was Yuan Ya. He held a small whip in his hand and was trying his best to control the small broken carriage to move towards the little gold temple. After Yuan Ya was naturally Xiao Jian. He was standing on the carriage and waving his hand at Zen Master Ming Yu. Sigh. Zen Master Ming Yu sighed. Is this the Daoist's honor? How shameful. Ming Cheng, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Unfortunately, before Ming Cheng could speak, Xing Chen's instructions rang in Zen Master Ming Yu's ears. Sigh, the Daoist sect has fallen to such a state. How can they be a match for our Buddhism sect? Forget it, Nephew Ming Yu, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Yes, yes. Zen Master Ming Yu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Xing Chen fly up from the mountain gate with Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan, the crowd of nearly 2,000 people was in an uproar. Everyone exclaimed, and many people even knelt on the ground and shut their mouths helplessly. Zen Master Ming Yu waved his hand and shouted, "Ming Fa, Ming Cheng, follow me down the mountain to welcome the Daoist sect of Jiangchao Temple. When you see them in the arena later, don't hold back. Beat them into a pig's head for me." "Yes, senior brother." Seeing that Zen Master Ming Yu was so angry that he spoke like that, Ming Fa and Ming Cheng didn't dare to not answer loudly. Zen Master Ming Yu strode down the mountain. The mountain path that had been watered and cleaned long ago was already covered in dust after being trampled by 2,000 people, staining the lower hem of the Zen master's brand new monk robe. The little stains were hard to hide, just like Zen master Ming Yu's mood. However, seeing that the donkey carriage was approaching, Zen master Ming Yu took a deep breath and passed his monk staff to Ming Cheng. He put his palms together and bowed. Daoist Xiao, I represent the Buddhism sect to welcome the Daoist sect to the immortal Buddhist ceremony of the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivator. -11. Chapter 3207. You. Just as monk Ming Yu was bowing, not only did the donkey cart not stop, it even sped up. Yuan Ya hurriedly pulled on the reins of the lame donkey and shouted loudly, wanting to stop the donkey cart. Yuan Ya's strength was extremely great. Slurp. The reins caused great pain to the lame donkey. It couldn't help but raise its front legs and neighed loudly. It sounded as if it was replying to monk Ming Yu's words. The donkey cart's sudden movement caused the people on the cart to lose their balance. Xiao Jian stood on the cart and couldn't help but stagger. He jumped off the donkey cart and landed on the ground. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I don't dare. I'm just a small Daoist and can't represent my Taoism. But today, for the survival of my Taoism, I still dare to pay a visit to Xiao Jin Temple. Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, but it was hard to hear because of the donkey's neighing. Go to hell. Yuan Ya, who was holding the reins, saw the lame donkey struggling and couldn't help but get angry. He shook the reins and jumped off the cart, kicking the lame donkey's butt. Yuan Ya's strength was extremely great. Slurp, the lame donkey cried out in pain. It was kicked to the side of the mountain path by Yuan Ya, and fell to the ground along with the cart. Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged at the back of the cart, calmly jumped off the cart. Although his figure was strong and healthy, one couldn't see anything special about him. Damn it. Xiao Jian originally had the look of an expert as he politely bowed to Zen master Ming Yu. When he saw this, his expression changed drastically as he cursed, Ya, this is the donkey cart that I borrowed from the tea house at the foot of the mountain. This donkey is worth a lot of money. If you break it, how am I going to compensate the tea house's boss? Hearing this, Yuan Ya didn't say anything. Monk Ming Yu's face turned green. He glanced at Ming Cheng, who understood and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, don't bother about the donkey cart. Let's hurry up the mountain. It's already late, the immortal Buddha ceremony should start. The competition on the stage has already made people look forward to it. Ayo, that's right. When Xiao Jian heard this, he came to his senses and shouted, that's right, Ya. Hurry and move the donkey cart to the side. In a while, you will be competing with these monks on stage. Remember, since we came here today, we don't plan to go back. After we get the arena, we will take this little gold temple under our Jiangchao temple. Is this a donkey cart? It's fine if you don't want it. Master Tilda on the other side, Yuan Ya had already raised the donkey cart with one hand. The lame donkey was also obedient now. It shyly moved to Yuan Ya's side and actually licked his hand. Unfortunately, Yuan Ya slapped the donkey's head to the side and answered Xiao Jian, this donkey cart is worth a few coins. Although Xiao Jin Temple has some copper coins, we can't live extravagantly. You. Zen Master Ming Yu was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He looked around and saw that there weren't many villagers from Longevity Town. Thus, he sneered, Xiao Jian, are you daydreaming? Do you think this penniless monk doesn't know what you and your disciple are capable of? You, a new Daoist disciple, want to chase this poor monk away from Longevity Town? Hihi, why don't we wait and see? Xiao Jian laughed loudly. However, this old man feels that you should ask Ming Fa about this. He seems to be more confident than you. This penniless monk only knows that he can give you a black eye. Ming Fa's gaze naturally avoided Xiao Hua. He coldly looked at Xiao Jian and shouted, if you have the ability, why don't you come to the arena with this penniless monk? Haha, of course. In a while, I will see you on the arena. Xiao Jian waved his hand and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled and said, Mingyu, why aren't you bringing this penniless monk to the arena? Is this how your little gold temple treats its guests? Chimpage. Zen Master Mingyu gritted his teeth hatefully. However, he still put his palms together and said, Amitabha. Daoist Xiao has come like this. As he spoke, he took the monk's staff from Ming Cheng and led the way without looking back. He led Xiao Jian and the other two up the mountain path. In the sky, Xing Chen was flying in front. When he saw the faces of Mo Jianli and the others, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. These people's cultivation was about the same as his, but Mo Jianli was obviously much younger than him. The hidden immortal continent was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, when he thought of Ling Chen's powerful Buddhist awareness that made him feel suffocated, he sneered in his heart. He stopped in mid-air, put his palms together and saluted, Xing Chen of the Cloud Forest Temple and my 3 junior brothers, Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan, greet fellow immortals of Confucian cultivation. We don't dare. Mo Jianli was originally behind Zhu Junfeng. When he saw that it was not Mingyu who flew out of the little gold temple, but an old monk with second-stage elemental energy, he immediately flew out from behind Zhu Junfeng and bowed, I am Mo Jianli of the Chongyun sect. I bring my 3 junior nephews, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong, as well as Zhu Junfeng and Taiyan of the Longevity Academy. Greetings, fellow immortals of the Cloud Forest Temple. When the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist cultivators met, they greeted each other and exchanged greetings. Zhu Junfeng looked at Zen Master Mingyu who was leading Xiao Jian up the mountain gate of the Little Gold Temple and the villagers below the stage. He took half a step forward and said respectfully, I am Zhu Junfeng of the Longevity Academy. On behalf of the Longevity Academy, I welcome Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Haha, Junior Zhu. Xing Chen smiled and said, I have heard of Principal Zhu's name before I came to the Longevity Town. In these few years, the Longevity Academy has not only supported the Little Gold Temple, but also sent out students to help the Little Gold Temple today. That's why Mingyu did not make a fool of herself. On behalf of the Cloud Forest Temple, I have to thank the Longevity Academy. Seeing that the immortals and Buddhists of the Longevity Town are getting along so well, in 10 or 20 years, I will still come to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Haha, if Senior is so considerate, the Longevity Academy will invite Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony every 10 years, Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. Yes, that's how it should be. Xing Chen also clapped his hands. In the future, every 10 years, I will also ask Mingyu to send an invitation to fellow immortal Mo. You and I will come together. Haha, well said, well said. Mo Jianli did not like to argue with Xing Chen. He laughed dryly and looked at Xiao Jian, who had not yet reached the mountain gate. He waved his hand and said, Martial Nephew Junfeng, you go ahead with Martial Nephew Mingyu and hold the Immortal Buddha ceremony. I have a few words with fellow immortal Xing Chen. Yes, Junior Uncle. Zhu Junfeng agreed and cupped his hands at Xing Chen and the others. Then, he flew through the crowd with Mr. Taiyan and landed on the arena. Greetings, sir. As soon as Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Taiyan landed, hundreds of disciples shouted in unison. It was such a spectacular sight that a few people almost collapsed on the ground. Haha, you have worked hard. Zhu Junfeng was as elegant as jade. He raised his hand and gestured to his surroundings. From the looks of it, he was even more like an abbot than Zen Master Mingyu. President Zhu. A loud voice came from below the arena. I haven't seen you in a long time. I heard that the Tidal River Temple will be challenging the Xiaojin Temple and the Longevity Academy today. You won't be joining in, will you? Haha, so it's shopkeeper Zhong. Zhu Junfeng glanced at him and said kindly, it's just a spar. I'm afraid it's not my turn to fight. Of course, if you need me to fight, I will not be stingy. I will not hide anything. Because my Longevity Academy is Longevity Town's academy, Longevity Academy students are Longevity Town students. This Zhu is also a citizen of Longevity Town. Good, good, well said. Before Zhu Junfeng's voice landed, countless applause and cheers rang out. Many of the villagers who had never seen the methods of Confucianism before looked at Zhu Junfeng with pious eyes. They had long regarded Zhu Junfeng as an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Zen Master Ming Yu had already arrived at the mountain gate. He had already heard Zhu Junfeng's words, and the anger in his heart was even more depressing than when he heard Xiao Jian's arrogant words. If Zen Master Ming Yu's nose was crooked from anger just now, he would be fuming with rage right now. Zhu Junfeng's words and the Xiao Jin Temple's efforts were covered up. Wasn't the Xiao Jin Temple doing all the work for others? Who was the abbot of the Xiao Jin Temple? Unfortunately, Zen Master Ming Yu could not get angry. He could only put on a fake smile and wait patiently for the pig-like Xiao Jian to catch up. Martial Uncle Xingchen's words last night were right. At this moment, Zen Master Ming Yu was completely convinced. He originally thought that since Changsheng Academy was a Confucian cultivator, they would at least know more about etiquette than Jiang Chao Temple. However, now that they had shown their etiquette, it was clear what they were thinking. Of course. Zhu Junfeng raised his hand again and smiled. Today, Xiao Jin Temple is hosting the ceremony. Longevity Academy is also here as a guest. On behalf of Longevity Academy, I would like to thank the Buddhist sect, the disciples of Xiao Jin Temple, and Zen Master Ming Yu for your hard work and effort. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Fortunately, although the 30 or so monks' chants were not as loud as Longevity Academy's, they were still uniform. It was obvious that they had practiced this countless times. Amitabha. Many of the villagers who came to participate in the ceremony were also devotees of Xiao Jin Temple. There were even some who had been instructed by Zen Master Ming Yu many times. When they heard the monks speak, they naturally echoed. The entire scene was finally harmonious in Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Zen Master Ming Yu had just reached the mountain gate. He lightly tapped the staff in his hand and activated the telekinesis in his body. An extremely faint cloud appeared under the staff and wrapped around Zen Master Ming Yu's feet. Then, as Zen Master Ming Yu raised his hand and lowered his head to chant Buddha's name, he slowly flew toward the arena. Buddha is merciful. Zen Master Ming Yu usually did not reveal his Buddhist cultivation. When he suddenly flew from the mountain gate to the arena, many devotees were stunned. Then, a commotion broke out. In just a moment, many people lowered their heads and chanted Buddha's name with Zen Master Ming Yu. -11. Chapter 3208. Welcome, Principal Zhu and Mr. Tai'an, to my Xiao Jin Temple for the Immortal Buddha Ceremony. Zen Master Ming Yu landed on the arena gracefully and bowed to Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai'an. Greetings, Zen Master Ming Yu. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai'an naturally returned the greeting. Zen Master Ming Yu glanced at Xingchen and Mo Jianli, who were still discussing in midair, then faced the audience and said with a smile, "It's a pity that my Xiao Jin Temple is lacking in manpower, and this is the first time we're holding such a grand immortal Buddha ceremony. It can't be compared to Changsheng Academy at all." Benefactors who went to Changsheng Academy to participate in the immortal Buddha ceremony 10 years ago might not have said it out loud, but I'm sure you're already grumbling about how stingy my Xiao Jin Temple is, right? Boom. There was a burst of laughter below the arena. Everyone had a kind smile on their faces. They didn't think too much about the competition between Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. Although my Xiao Jin Temple didn't do well today, with the help of Changsheng Academy, I think my Xiao Jin Temple will do better and better. Zen Master Ming Yu continued, after 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, my Xiao Jin Temple will definitely give all of you a perfect immortal Buddha ceremony. Clap clap. There was another round of applause below the arena. Zhu Junfeng didn't care about Zen Master Ming Yu's tit-for-tat words. He also raised his hand and clapped with a warm smile on his face. Of course, the so-called immortal Buddha ceremony is to commemorate the friendship between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhist. This friendship was also tested in the fight against the enemy. Now, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are the proof of this precious friendship. Although time will pass, although you and I will grow old, although the sun and moon will change, this friendship will never change. Holding the ceremony every 10 years is to remind us juniors that the peace of the 3 continents was not easy to come by. Not only must we not forget the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of our seniors, we must also work together, through thick and thin, to build the 3 continents into a more prosperous place. Zen Master Ming Yu was not done yet, so he spoke in a loud and impassioned voice. Prosperous. High in the sky, Missouri gently whispered something to Xingchen while paying attention to the movements in the arena. When he heard Zen Master Ming Yu say this word, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to laugh. But after a while, he forced himself to hold back and said, "Fellow immortal Xingchen, your Cloud Forest Temple has been developing rapidly in the country of Xi these years. My Chongyun sect is truly envious. Perhaps one day, your Yunlin Temple will also become a scene of prosperity." Xingchen raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zen Master Ming Yu, whose face was flushed red, and said with a fake smile, "This is not because my Yunlin Temple is developing well, but because the people of the country of Xi like my Buddhism sect, and need my Buddhism sect. My Buddha is merciful, my Buddhism sect does not develop on its own, and does not feel the need of others. Only when my Buddhism sect is needed, my Buddha will be there to solve the needs of the people. If one day, the people of Longevity Town say that we do not need Buddhism sect's illumination, that we do not need Buddha's salvation, then my Yunlin Temple will immediately evacuate the disciples of Xiao Jin Temple, and return the Xiao Jin Temple to Longevity Town." Ha ha. Mo Jianli only said one sentence, but Xingchen actually said so many philosophical words, he did not know how to feel. He smiled faintly and said, "Whether your Buddhism sect disciples evacuate or not, perhaps it is up to the Yunlin Temple to decide, or perhaps it is up to the Rivertide Temple to decide. Either way, it is not up to me to decide. Just now, I have already told fellow Immortal about the news my Chongyun sect received. Although fellow Immortal did not say it clearly, I feel that the news Yunlin Temple received should be similar to that of my Chongyun sect, right?" "That's right." Hearing that Mo Jianli was talking about business, Xingchen stopped arguing with Mo Jianli. He nodded and said, "I came here for the same reason as you, fellow Immortal Mo. We are here because of the vague news that the monster is going to massacre the town of Longevity. Also, just last night, my Xiao Jin Temple's disciples met with a strange thing." "Oh, what is it?" Mo Jianli's eyes lit up, and said hurriedly, "Could it be that you have found out the truth?" "Although not yet, but it is close." Xingchen nodded, and then told him about Minister Hao's family. "Ah!" Hearing this, Mo Jianli was stunned, and looked up with a strange expression. It was Xiao Hua, who had followed Xiao Jian to the front of the arena, his eyes fixed on the arena, and asked curiously, "Fellow Immortal Mo, are you talking about this person?" "He should be." Xingchen smiled and said, "Besides Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya, isn't there only one person in the Rivertide Temple? Who else could it be?" "It seems that fellow Immortal Mo has hidden himself well." Mo Jianli nodded slightly and said, "Although I heard that there were miracles in the Rivertide Temple, I always thought that it was caused by the elixirs that Daoist Xiao had. If it is as fellow Immortal Mo said, then I have to look at Daoist Xiao in a new light. Heh, Daoist disciples have risen from the ashes for a long time, and there have been many in the past, right? They are just decorations for the Immortal Buddha ceremony, so you don't have to care about them," Xingchen said with a smile. "Well, let's not talk about the Rivertide Temple." Mo Jianli looked away and said, "I came to Rivertide Town a few days ago, and I met with something in the Liao River outside the town." Then Mo Jianli told Xingchen about the Liao River, and then he pointed at Xiao Jian, who was in the arena, and said with a smile, "The next day, those fishermen went to the Rivertide Temple and reconstructed the so-called golden body of the sea god, Humph. They are all fools. The so-called sea god is just a clay statue, and there is no Buddha." Xingchen sneered and said with disdain. However, he stopped when he saw Mo Jianli's expression change. Mo Jianli was no match for Xingchen when it came to a battle of words, but now they were fighting against an unknown monster together. He could not let others have a bad impression of him. Therefore, he changed the topic and said, "How could it be as miraculous as the disciples of the Immortal Buddha sect? However, if what fellow Immortal Mo said is true, Could it be that the monster is a member of the water tribe? Very likely. Mo gently nodded and said, but after that day, I took 2 martial nephews along the river for hundreds of miles, and we didn't find anything. However, according to what fellow immortal Mo said, the ordinary monsters near Jiangcheng town have all escaped. Maybe it is really a member of the water tribe in the river. Well, since we have found the monster's location, after today's immortal Buddha ceremony, we will search along the river again. Your divine eye and spiritual sense are marvelous, and my Buddhist sense is also good at observing the subtle. We should be able to find something. Okay, as fellow immortal Mo said. Mo gently clapped his hands and said with a smile, let's go and see if the immortal Buddha ceremony of the Xiaojin temple is different from the one of the Changsheng Academy, please. Xingchen raised his hand and said with a smile, I am a host. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well. Ha ha ha, please. Mo gently also laughed, and several people controlled the clouds and soared lights to land on the arena. Zen Master Ming Yu flew onto the arena with the help of his staff. Xiao Jian, who was behind him, was displeased. He looked around and found no ladder. The arena was 6 feet high. How could he get onto it? Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian naturally thought of Xiao Hua first. He turned around and called out. However, behind Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the extremely ordinary arena. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Jian's words. Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian called out again, but Xiao Hua still ignored him. Xiao Jian did not dare to say any more. He roared at Yuan Ya, who was behind Xiao Hua, why are you dying behind Senior Xiao? Quick, get Master onto the arena. Yes, Master. Yuan Ya answered and ran in front of Xiao Jian. He looked at the edge of the arena and called out, Master, come here. Disciple can throw you onto the arena. Throw. Xiao Jian looked at the somewhat tall arena. He clenched his teeth and said, fine, throw then throw. Anyway, this is the only time I will lose face. After the competition, this Xiaojin temple will belong to this old man. This old man will be the first to break this arena. As he spoke, Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuan Ya. He closed his eyes and waited for Yuan Ya to throw him onto the arena. Arena, the arena of martial arts competition. Stage, the stage of village opera, Lu Town, Piaomiao Sek. Xiao Hua stood at the mountain gate. When he saw the arena for the first time, a kind of incomparable familiarity emerged from the bottom of his heart. Scenes of extremely familiar scenes appeared in his mind. A small child waving the clumsy and specious Big Dipper god fist on the arena, fighting with several monks in all seriousness. That childish face was filled with seriousness and longing. Immediately after, there was another huge stage. On it, there were several people dressed in opera costumes singing. Immediately after, there were several indistinct punches and kicks. Zhong Xiaohua, oh Zhong Xiaohua, so you were so cute when you were young. So stubborn, so righteous. Xiaohua's eyes could not help but heat up. Lu Town, my hometown. Perhaps it is in this hidden immortal continent. In his memory, he had never seen this arena in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, the Dawn Rain continent did not have anything like a stage. There was also no cultivation sect or Buddhist sect called Piaomiao sect. It seems like this Xiao was sent back to his hometown by fate's hand. Only I don't know which country this Lu town is in, and which province it is in. When Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuan Ya and waited for Yuan Ya to throw him onto the arena, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose again. He laughed and said, Zhong Xiaohu, haha, that is my second brother. Back then, he seemed to have thrown me into the ring just like that. The liveliness of the Xiaojin temple's arena made Xiao Hua think of many familiar scenes. Naturally, he did not hear Ming Fa's soft reminder when he walked to his side. Daoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Jian actually wanted Yuan Ya to throw him onto the arena, Zen Master Ming Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this looking for trouble with the Xiaojin temple? Isn't this silently telling others that the Daoist branch of the River Tide Temple received unfair treatment in the Xiaojin temple? Thus, Zen Master Ming Yu hurriedly shouted, there is a ladder behind the arena that leads to the arena. -11. Chapter 3209. Chumph, why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to make a joke out of this old man? What kind of attitude is this? Xiao Jian snorted in annoyance and hurriedly looked behind the stage that was covered by a cloth. Unfortunately, the cloth was very tight and he couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. Daoist Xiao, please come over here. A scholar with delicate features came out from behind the stage and said with a smile. Hehe, thank you, young master. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said casually, Longevity Academy students are really sensible. Compared to the monks of Small Gold Temple, you are many times better. In the future, when this old man is in charge of Small Gold Temple, this Small Gold Temple will become Small Gold Temple. I will definitely invite Longevity Academy students to eat and drink at Small Gold Temple for 3 days. Hee. That student smiled faintly and didn't reply. He led Xiao Jian and Yuanya to the ladder behind the stage that was covered by the cloth and cupped his hands before turning to leave. Benefactors tilde on the stage. Zen Master Ming Yu ignored Xiao Jian and said with a smile, I believe that some benefactors already know that today's immortal Buddhist ceremony is different from 10 years ago. The difference is that there is a Daoist sect in Longevity Town's Jiangchao Ridge who wants to challenge Small Gold Temple's Buddhist sect. Furthermore, if any benefactors were present that day, they would know that this challenge was initiated by Daoist Xiao Jian from Jiangchao Monastery. That day, this old monk went to Longevity Town to look for Principal Zhu of Longevity Academy to discuss with him about today's immortal Buddhist ceremony. Since this old monk saw that Jiangchao Monastery had such ambitions, this old monk decided to push this competition to today. Principal Zhu also passed by that day and decided on today's event on the spot, as well as the competition between Small Gold Temple and Jiangchao Monastery. Hehe, Zen Master Ming Yu is right. Zhu Junfeng didn't miss the opportunity to say, in this year's immortal Buddhist ceremony, other than the cultivation of Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, there will also be a competition between Buddhist and Daoist sect. The price of this competition was decided 10 days ago. Whichever sect loses the competition will disappear from Longevity Town. Alright. Below the stage, there were already people who weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. No matter what purpose they had, their faces were filled with fanaticism and excitement. From the looks of it, there was no shortage of people who came to watch the show. Only, my Small Gold Temple has the geographical advantage, and Immortal Academy has also come to participate. That is why this poor monk has given the authority to set the rules to River Tide Temple's Daoist priest Xiao. Today, I ask Daoist priest Xiao to explain it in front of all these benefactors. When Zen Master Ming Yu saw Xiao Jian walk up to the arena, he chuckled and said, let's see if the rules are fair. Good. Below the arena, a few elders clapped and said, Zen Master Ming Yu is indeed an upright person. He doesn't bully others. I greet Principal Zhu. Xiao Jian walked up the stage and cupped his hands towards Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng naturally did not dare to be negligent and also cupped his hands in return. Following which, Xiao Jian walked up 2 steps and stood side by side with Zen Master Ming Yu and the others. He cupped his hands towards the surroundings again, as if he wasn't uneasy at all. He smiled and said, Benefactors, my River Tide Temple doesn't have many people. Including I, there are only 3 people. Benefactors, you must be a witness for my River Tide Temple. Don't let this Small Gold Temple shamelessly refuse to leave after our River Tide Temple wins. Ha ha ha. Below the stage, everyone roared with laughter. Don't worry. If Small Gold Temple loses and they don't leave, we will chase them away for you. That's good. This way, I can be at ease. Xiao Jian bowed towards the crowd and said, Now, I will announce the rules of the competition and let everyone see if it is fair. Good. Below the stage, everyone shouted in unison. Xiao Jian glanced at Zen Master Ming Yu and Zhu Junfeng and said, My River Tide Temple doesn't have many people, and Small Gold Temple doesn't have many people. If my River Tide Temple were to compete with Small Gold Temple, it would be fine. However, Changsheng Academy actually has over 1,000 people. If all of them participate. Without waiting for Xiao Jian to finish, Zhu Junfeng immediately waved his hand and said, Daoist Xiao, don't worry. My Changsheng Academy only has 131 people. If you say how many people you want to send, my Changsheng Academy will send that many people. Hehe, that's good. Xiao Jian nodded. I feel that Small Gold Temple and Changsheng Academy should send 10 people each. Oh. Zen Master Ming Yu looked at Zhu Junfeng. He originally thought that Xiao Jian would ask Small Gold Temple and Changsheng Academy to send 3 people each. He was already prepared to refute. He didn't expect Xiao Jian to agree to Small Gold Temple and Changsheng Academy sending 10 people each. It was really unexpected. Zhu Junfeng smiled. Even if there are 10 people, your Rivertide Temple will only send 3. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? There is no other way. Xiao Jian said helplessly. It is the immortal Buddha ceremony. Naturally, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects will be the main participants. My Daoist sect will only be there for decoration. Fine. Zen Master Ming Yu nodded. Then how should we compete? Very simple. Xiao Jian raised his voice. Our 3 sects will list out the names of the participants and announce it on the spot. Then, they will go up the stage according to the order from first to last. Of course, only 2 people can compete on the stage. The order will be Confucian, Buddhist, and Daoist. Whichever sect's disciple loses, the next sect's disciple will go up. Of course, if this disciple loses, he will lose the right to fight again. The next disciple will wait for his sect's turn to go up the stage. In the end, whichever sect's disciple stays on the stage will win. Of course, my Rivertide Temple and Small Gold Temple, whichever sect's disciple loses first will lose the challenge and disappear from Changsheng Town. Hehe, I'll say something. Zhu Junfeng waited for Xiao Jian to finish before saying with a smile, Daoist Xiao's method seems fair, but there are still some drawbacks. If my Longevity Academy and Xiao Jin Temple work together, wouldn't your Rivertide Temple suffer a great loss? One of your disciples is going to deal with 2 of our disciples. Hehe, I believe in Changsheng Academy. Xiao Jian smiled. If I don't believe in Changsheng Academy in Changsheng Town, who can I believe in? Good. Zhu Junfeng clapped. Since Daoist Xiao believes in my Changsheng Academy, I will also represent Changsheng Academy to explain to the people of Changsheng Town that my Changsheng Academy will definitely not cheat for personal gain, and will definitely not show mercy in the competition. Good, I will testify. Everyone below the stage clamored loudly. Daoist Xiao, are you at ease? Monk Ming Yu sneered. Xiao Jian laughed. I have always believed in Changsheng Academy. Since Daoist Xiao believes in me, then I still have to say a few words. Zhu Junfeng continued. The key to the competition is Small Gold Temple and Rivertide Temple. Therefore, the order should be Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian. My Changsheng Academy fighting with whoever is first is unfair to them. Daoist Xiao, don't you agree? Ayo, that's right. Principal Zhu is right. I really didn't think that much. Xiao Jian slapped his forehead and said, I was thinking about how to arrange the 3 people of Rivertide Temple so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I really didn't think about this. If Daoist Xiao has no objections, then let's use this order. Zhu Junfeng smiled. Changsheng Academy has no objections to the other rules. What about Monk Ming Yu? Amitabha. I have no objections. Principal Zhu is right. Monk Ming Yu said with a smile. Good, since that's the case, I will go and prepare the name list for the competition. Zhu Junfeng clapped. How about letting the disciples prepare for the ceremony? Good, that's how it should be. Monk Ming Yu looked up and saw Xing Chen, Mo Jianli, and the others flying over. He smiled and said, it's a good opportunity for the seniors to be our reference. Then, Monk Ming Yu tapped his staff and said, Principal Zhu, please, I will go down with Daoist Xiao. Zhu Junfeng did not activate his sword light, but smiled and said to Xiao Jian, then let's go down together. Monk Ming Yu nodded slightly. After the 5 of them left the arena, Xiao Jian looked up at the 2 sheds on both sides of the arena and said with a smile, Lord Abbot, may I know where the disciples of Rivertide Temple are resting? Which of these 2 sheds is? Hehe, Rivertide Temple only has 3 people. Please come to my Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate to rest. Zen Master Ming Yu said faintly, after the immortal Buddha ceremony, I will see you on the arena. Ming Yu, aren't you going too far? Xiao Jian was furious. Daoist Xiao, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Changsheng Academy's shed? Zhu Junfeng quickly said. No need. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, after today, this Xiao Jin temple will belong to my Daoist sect. Who would have the patience to mess with the Buddhist sect now? Then, he waved his hand and said to Yuanya, bring the donkey cart here. We can't let the rent of 3 copper coins go to waste. This old man will rest on the donkey cart. He. Zhu Junfeng laughed and brought Mr. Tai into the shed under the guidance of the students. Monk Ming Yu smiled coldly and left without paying attention to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian turned around and walked towards the Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate in anger. Yuanya quickly ran towards the mountain path beside the mountain gate. That lame donkey was tied to a tree beside the path. Senior, what are you looking at? Seeing Xiao Hua standing there and looking at the arena, Xiao Jian was puzzled and asked in a low voice, what is there to look at in this arena? Is this kind of arena common in hidden immortal continent? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Naturally it is very common. Xiao Jian nodded and said, as long as there is a fight, it will be on the arena. Oh, then have you heard of Lu Town and Piaomiao sect? Xiao Hua asked again. Lu Town? Piaomiao sect? Xiao Jian thought for a moment and shook his head. Disciple has not heard of it. However, there are countless villages and towns in hidden immortal continent. Even if Disciple does not know, Disciple can guarantee that if there are not 20 Lu towns in hidden immortal continent, there are at least 10. I just don't know which Lu town you are talking about. As for Piaomiao sect, Disciple is not particularly familiar with Confucian sects and cannot casually say. Oh. Xiao Hua also did not think that he would be able to find it so quickly and only lightly nodded his head. That's right, senior. Did you see those people in the air just now? Xiao Jian winked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, how was it? -11. Chapter 32:10. Nothing. Xiao Hua spat out these 3 words, then turned around and walked towards the donkey cart that Yuan Ye brought over. He. Xiao Jian suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly followed behind Xiao Hua. He looked at the gate of the small gold temple as if he was looking at his own home. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xing Kong and Xing Minute from the Cloud Forest Temple, along with 10 monks from the small gold temple, walked onto the stage. The 10 monks sat cross-legged on the stage with a wooden fish in their hands. One of their hands tapped lightly, and the other hand placed in front of their chest while chanting. As the monks chanted, the entire stage emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gradually transformed into the shape of a lotus. Amitabha. The kind-hearted people below the stage couldn't help but cry out in shock. The moment the lotus took shape, clouds appeared below Xing Kong and Xing Min's feet. The 2 of them flew into the air, clapped their hands, and took out 2 purple gold alms bowls from their sleeves. Under the activation of their telekinesis, 2 Buddhist lights shot out from the alms bowls, like pillars of light flying into the air. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. The 2 monks chanted Buddhist mantras as they formed seals with their hands and struck the alms bowl. The alms bowl emitted a thunderous sound as the pillars of Buddhist light trembled and intertwined in midair. Slowly, the image of a benevolent Buddha that was dozens of feet tall appeared in midair. Buddha, please protect us. Seeing a huge Buddha standing in front of them, many of the villagers didn't dare to stand anymore. Plop, plop, plop. They all kneeled on the ground, and the entire area below the stage was in chaos. Chumph, Junfeng, did you see that? Mo Jianli coldly said, this is bewitching people's hearts. The Buddhist sect is much better than us Confucian cultivators. If we want to chase the Buddhist sect away from the hidden immortal continent, we must first chase them away from the hearts of the people. Yes, disciple understands. Zhu Juanfeng's face was also filled with worry as he softly replied. The Buddha standing on the lotus stayed in the air for the time it takes to eat a meal, and then it turned into thousands of specks of light that scattered around the stage. Xing Chen's voice was extremely calm. Amitabha, this is my grace, the reign of the world. Anyone who obtains this item has fate with the Buddha, and is born with kindness. Buddha, please protect us. Buddha is merciful. In an instant, everyone went crazy, and almost reached out their hands to grab the Buddhist light that was falling down. The entire area below the stage immediately became extremely dangerous. Clang! Among the thousands of Buddhist lights, the sound of metal clanging suddenly, the sound of metal, of the 100 or so Immortal Academy's disciples were scattered all around the stage. At the same time, they all waved their hands, and drew long swords from their backs. This sword energy was originally weak, but when the 100 or so disciples all activated it at the same time, the scene was magnificent. The sword energy was like a song, and immediately cut apart the thousands of Buddhist lights, and even destroyed the fanaticism of the 1,000 or so people. Go! Seeing this, Zhu Junfeng patted his back, and the flying sword rushed into the air like a rainbow. At the same time, Qiu Jian, Li Moming, and Jidong didn't hesitate, and 3 flying swords flew out together with Zhu Junfeng's flying sword. The 4 flying swords on the stage were like swimming dragons, and set off waves of turbulent waves. When the sword light scattered in the air, the 100 or so flying swords at the same time emitted a strong sword cry, and rushed to the sky, as if they were flying together, and clustered around the 4 flying swords. Then, the 4 flying swords led 4 separate groups of flying swords to dance in the air, and the 1,000 or so people below the stage couldn't help but be fascinated. Go! Mo Jianli lightly shouted, and Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 rushed into the air, and landed on the flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so flying swords turned into fish, and followed Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 in the air. Mo Jianli waved his hand, and a fist-sized vermilion red gourd appeared in his hand. As Mo Jianli activated his Yuan Qi, the entire gourd gave off a red glow, and the red glow entered the air, and then turned into thousands of fog. The fog evaporated, and gradually covered the area around 1 mile in the air. Hua! There was a soft sound, like rolling up a bead curtain, and a soft chuckle, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But where the breeze passed, the fog was lifted, and a brilliant light was born from the fog, and an unimaginable fairyland appeared in the air. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious qi sprayed out purple fog. There was a heavenly gate, deep and dark, made of glass, and bright and made of precious jade. Wasn't this the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate? Looking at the Southern Heavenly Gate, there were dozens of heaven-suppressing marshals on both sides, and one of them was leaning against a pillar, holding a mace. Around him were dozens of gods in golden armor, and each of them held halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. The outside was okay, but the inside was shocking. There were a few huge pillars in the inner wall, and on the pillars, there were golden-scaled brilliant sun-red bearded dragons. There were also a few long bridges, and on the bridges, there were phoenixes with colorful feathers flying in the air. Looking at the inside of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the bright clouds reflected the sky, and the green fog covered the entrance. On the stage of the god of longevity, there were famous flowers that hadn't been shed for thousands of years, and beside the medicine furnace, there were evergreen herbs. In front of the pilgrimage tower, there were red robes, and the stars were bright. The hibiscus crown was golden and dazzling. Jade hairpins, pearl shoes, and purple ribbons with golden badges. When the golden bell rang, the 3 divine statues entered. When the heavenly drum rang, the 1,000 saints worshipped the immortal emperor. In the middle of the hall, there were golden nails and jade doors, and colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door. The winding corridor was exquisite everywhere. 3 eaves and 4 clusters, and layers of dragons and phoenixes soared. Above, there was a purple weiwei. It was bright, round, and bright, and on top of a big golden gourd. Below, there was a heavenly concubine holding a fan, and a jade maiden holding an immortal towel. Fierce, heavenly generals in charge of the state. Spirited, immortal ministers protecting the emperor. In the middle, there were many layers of tai pills in a glass plate. In an agate bottle, there were a few curved coral trees. There were all kinds of strange objects in the heavenly palace, and none of them existed in the world. Golden palace and purple palace, and qi flowers and jade grass. Passing by the jade rabbit altar, the golden crow flew at the bottom. The above are all references, not original works. Not only were the 1,000 or so people from Longevity Town on the left flabbergasted, drooling from the corners of their mouths, but even Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. This kind of immortal realm was far from what an ordinary cultivation sect had. He, senior. Xiao Jian's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. This is where the Confucian Immortal Palace is. Everything inside, who knows if it's real or fake? This disciple never knew anyone who went to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. This so-called Immortal Palace had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know if he could go there in this life. Then he looked at the other side of the arena, in the shed of the Buddhist sect. At this time, Xing Chen's face was also not good. The reason why he said those words in a low voice was to set off the atmosphere, to make people fight for the so-called Buddha's light. Those who snatched the Buddha's light, if Monk Ming you could find them later, it meant that they were fated with the Buddha, and in the future, they would also be pilgrims of the small gold temple. He didn't expect such a big mess, but of course, he didn't care about the chaos. What he cared about was that his Buddha's light was completely shattered by the sword light of the Confucian cultivator. This was a naked slap in the face. Originally, Xing Chen was still thinking about how to deal with Chongyun's sect's Mo Jianli, but now he made a decision. As if he sensed something, Mo Jianli turned his head slightly and looked at Xing Chen. Amitabha tilde Xing Chen put his palms together, a big smile on his face. The Immortal Palace stayed in the air for a little less than an hour. The scene inside was like a revolving lantern. Heavenly maidens, immortals, immortal birds, and divine beasts, in short, it was all seen in the dreams of the secular world. When everyone felt like they were in a dream, all the fog slowly fell and was absorbed into the gourd in Mo Jianli's hand. All the illusions disappeared without a trace, and only the 100 or so flying swords were still floating in the air. Changsheng Academy wishes the Immortal Buddha ceremony a success. The 110 students shouted in unison again. That voice, along with the true energy that the students cultivated, resounded loudly in the air above the entire small gold temple. Mixed with the whistling sounds of swords, it really made one immediately feel respectful. When Mo Jianli and the others descended from the air, the 100 or so flying swords flew back into the hands of the students. Zen Master Ming Yu appeared on the stage and waved his hand. The Immortal Buddha ceremony is over. Now, the competition that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. This competition will affect the fate of the Little Gold Temple. I don't know if the Little Gold Temple will still exist in Changsheng Town after this battle. This poor monk is really nervous. The Little Gold Temple will win. Zen Master Ming Yu will win, someone shouted, and it immediately caused dozens of people to shout. The whole place was in an uproar again. Zhu Junfeng frowned. The key to this battle was the Little Gold Temple and the River and Tide Temple. It had nothing to do with Changsheng Academy. However, he didn't know if these words had other meanings, but it made him feel very unhappy. The voices below the stage rose and fell, making Zen Master Ming Yu very excited. Thank you, everyone, for your blessings. This poor monk will do his best and will not disappoint you. Then, Zen Master Ming Yu opened his mouth again. The Little Gold Temple is the host of this Immortal Buddha ceremony. This poor monk will be the first to announce the order of the competition. As he spoke, Zen Master Ming Yu announced the Little Gold Temple's name list. It was Jian Zheng, Jian Ping, Jian Shan, Ming Fa, Ming Cheng, Xing Kong, Xing Minute, Xing Fan, and Xing Chen. After he finished speaking, Zen Master Ming Yu looked below the stage and said loudly, Priest Xiao Jian of the River and Tide Temple, can your Tide Temple's name list come out? Haha, my Tide Temple only has 3 people. It's really simple. Xiao Jian said loudly. The first to fight is my inferior disciple, Yuan Ya. The second is naturally fellow Daoist Xiao Hua. The last is I. Oh, Xiao Hua. Both Mo Jianli and Xing Chen looked at Xiao Hua. How could they not know Xiao Jian's wishful thinking? Xiao Hua was the one with the highest cultivation in the Tide Temple. As long as he didn't lose, Xiao Jian, who was average, didn't need to fight. What about Changsheng Academy? Zen Master Ming Yu also looked down on Xiao Jian in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Junfeng. Actually, according to Zhu Juanfeng's arrangement, the 4 seniors from the Chongyun sect didn't need to fight. At least, Mr. Mo Jianli didn't need to fight. However, after hearing the Little Gold Temple's arrangement, even Xing Chen was arranged. How could Mo Jianli not fight? -11. Chapter 32:11. Forget it. Mo Jianli shook his head and whispered something to Zhu Junfeng. He. Zhu Junfeng stood up and stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the arena. He smiled and said, "My Changsheng Academy is here to make up the numbers. We can't be compared to Xiaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. However, in order to let everyone see an exciting performance, my Changsheng Academy has also arranged a simple lineup. We will fight with Xiaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple later." Zhu Junfeng announced the name list of Changsheng Academy. It was Zhong Chunyang, Liu Chun, Ji Ming, Fan Xiong, Du Yuchen, Taian, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, Ji Dong, and Mo Jianli. Amid her, the names of the 3 sects have been decided. Monk Ming Yu smiled and said, "Dean Zhu and I will be the judges. The benefactors below the arena are also the judges. Let us wait and see which fellow immortal will have the last laugh." Good. The audience below the arena seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Now, they were clapping crazily, urging the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects to start the competition. "You can go." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed the magic wand back to Yuanya. "Let this old man see how many tricks you have." "Yes." Yuan Ye jumped down from the donkey cart and caught the magic wand in the air. When he landed, he left a deep footprint on the ground. Yuan Ye naturally didn't need to use the ladder. With the magic wand in his hand, he jumped up and stepped on the pillar of the arena. His body borrowed the momentum and easily entered the arena. Clang! Yuan Ye put the magic wand on the arena and said indifferently, "Which bald donkey wants to die? Wow." The audience below the arena was in an uproar. At this time, a slightly muscular monk also held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He was a little afraid and hesitant as he walked out from behind the arena. He was Xiaojin Temple's monk, Jian Zheng. This monk often fought with Yuan Ye, but because he had more people, he didn't suffer too much. Today, he saw himself facing this demon alone, and this demon had a black magic wand in his hand. "Haha, you are Jian Zheng." When Yuan Ye saw this monk, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I don't know how many times I've beaten you up, but you actually caught up with me." Jian Zheng shrunk his neck in fear. However, when he saw Zen Master Bright Moon's sharp gaze, Jian Zheng could only raise the Zen staff in his hand and shout, "Yuanya, this penniless monk usually doesn't want to lower himself to your level, but today is different. I want to show you I's true cultivation. If you're scared, just admit defeat." And before Jian Zheng could finish, Yuanya roared and flew into the air. He raised his magic wand and shouted, "Bald donkey, eat this. How dare you?" At this time, Jian Zheng no longer had the time to be afraid. He waved his Buddhist staff with both hands, and with a loud roar, he charged forward. Peng! The monk's staff inevitably collided with the magic wand. Although Jian Zheng's skills were not inferior to Yuanya's strength was greater than Jian Zheng's. With just one hit, Jian Zheng's body immediately lost his balance and involuntarily flew out of the arena. Zen Master Bright Moon watched without any expression. He knew that even if Ming Cheng and Ming Fa were on the arena, they might not be Yuan Ye's match. For Jian Zheng to be easily sent flying by Yuan Ye, that was very normal. Amid her, Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, "Principal Zhu, my Xiaojin Temple has lost the first round. Students from Changsheng Academy, please come up." "Okay." Zhu Junfeng nodded. He looked below the arena and said, "Zhong Chunyang, come and experience the skills of Jiangchao Temple's Daoist disciples." "Yes." A thin scholar answered and ran up the ladder to the arena. That scholar was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He held a clear sword in his hand and looked extremely refined. He won the cheers of the crowd below the arena. "Fellow immortal Yuan Ye, please." Zhong Chunyang very politely cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he raised his sword and was about to raise his hand. Please, please, please. Yuan Ya would not be polite with him. After bowing, he shouted 3 times and waved his magic wand 3 times in a row. The magic wand blew wind in his face. Zhong Chunyang activated the meager amount of genuine qi in his dantian. His body barely floated in mid-air. As his sword danced, he began to fight with Yuan Ya. Zhong Chunyang's strategy was not wrong. His skills were much better than Jian Zheng's. However, Yuan Ya's methods originated from the jungle and he had fought for his life in the gladiator arena. Every move he made was a battle of life and death. After a few moves, Zhong Chunyang was forced to the edge of the arena again. He had nowhere to run. I am not fellow immortal Yuan Ya's opponent. Thank you for your guidance. Looking at the empty space behind him, Zhong Chunyang did not hesitate and flew out of the arena. He looked very leisurely. He even waved his sword in mid-air, making several sword flowers. After somersaulting a few times, he landed on the ground and cupped his fists towards the crowd. Facing Yuan Ya, not only were Jian Ping and Jian Shan of the Small Gold Temple easily knocked off the arena, even Liu Chun and Ji Ming of the Longevity Academy were forced off the arena. Even Ming Fa of the Small Gold Temple, who stepped onto the arena later, was not Yuan Ya's opponent. After fighting for a while, he sent his Buddhist weapon flying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Today, Jiangchao Temple was really showing his might. He alone defeated 7 people from the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. Xiao Jian was not the only one who was beaming with joy. Even the crowd below the arena was shocked. These people did not know about the arrangement of the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. They only saw Yuan Ya's bravery and were all stupefied. They felt that they had really underestimated Jiangchao Temple. Seeing that Yuan Ya had defeated Ming Fa and was already exhausted, Zhu Junfeng walked to the center of the arena and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Yuan Ya's strength is extremely high. It is really beyond this Jew's imagination. However, fellow immortal Xiao, your rules are really strange. Martial nephew Yuan Ya fought 1 against 7, not having any chance to rest. Isn't this just my Long Life Academy and Small Gold Temple bullying him with numbers? Ha ha ha." Xiao Jian stood up from the donkey cart and laughed loudly. "My Jiangchao Temple only has 3 people. You all are bullying him with numbers. How about this, fellow immortal Xiao, let Yuan Ya rest for a while." Zhu Junfeng said again, "After my Longevity Academy and the Small Gold Temple fight a few rounds, how about we let martial nephew Yuan Ya come up? This isn't appropriate, right? Monk Ming Yu was very clear about Ming Fa and Ming Cheng's cultivation. Ming Fa used his strength to fight against Yuan Ya and exhausted his strength. Afterwards, no matter how bad Longevity Academy was, they would still be able to hold off Yuan Ya for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then, if Yuan Ya was not defeated, he would definitely be defeated by Ming Cheng. How could Monk Ming Yu let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, if Yuan Ya rested, Ming Cheng would definitely fight against Fan Xiong from Longevity Academy. This was very unfavorable for the Small Gold Temple. Thus, he hurriedly shouted, "This rule was personally proposed by Daoist Xiao from Jiangchao Temple and witnessed by over 1,000 benefactors. How could you change it? It's fine." Yuan Ya took a breath and forced a smile. "This little one can still hold on, forget it." Xiao Hua laughed coldly. He originally wanted to leave some face for the Small Gold Temple, but after seeing these so-called Buddhist disciples scheme like this, he did not feel like holding back anymore. He floated down from the donkey cart and said loudly, "Yuan Ya, just admit defeat." Yes tilde towards Xiao Hua's words, Yuan Ya did not have any rebuttal. He replied in a low voice and immediately floated down from the stage without any hesitation. Zhu Junfeng was naturally stunned. However, he looked at Xiao Hua with interest as he slowly walked over. He smiled and said, "It seems like immortal friend Xiao is thinking of making a move after a long period of silence. Your next opponent is my Longevity Academy's Fan Xiong. Please show mercy." "Haha, no problem. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and still slowly walked down from the stage. Longevity Academy's Fan Xiong was already waiting behind the stage. When he heard Zhu Junfeng say his name, he immediately activated his flying sword and forcefully flew up from below the stage. Good. Fan Xiong's appearance immediately won everyone's cheers. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiao Hua's unhurried pace. They wanted to see how Xiao Hua would ascend the stage. Seeing that the stage was getting closer, Xiao Hua quietly placed a yellow talisman on his body. Soon after, he activated what little magic power he had left. His figure slowly floated up. As if he was walking on an invisible flight of stairs, he walked up to the stage step by step in midair. Sigh. Below the stage, all of Longevity Town's villagers were stunned. They could not imagine that a person could actually walk in midair. This was even more inconceivable than a sword ray or a cloud. You are not this old man's opponent. Xiao Hua's figure walked up from below the stage. He looked at Fan Xiong and said indifferently, "Let him come." As he spoke, Xiao Hua pointed at Xing Chen. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's cultivation level, Fan Xiong knew that he was not his opponent. However, he still said respectfully, "Right now, it is this junior who is going up the stage." You want this junior to admit defeat without even making a move. This junior will not accept defeat. The rules of this challenge were set by the Tidal River Temple. How about senior defeat this junior first? Haha, that's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He waved his hand and took out the heaven leveling staff. He said, "Confucian cultivators would rather break than bend. If you admit defeat like this, how can you become a scholar? Since that is the case, then this old man will let you know what is called powerful." As he spoke, Xiao Hua calmly stepped on the stage. Fan Xiong's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to bow and salute, the entire stage shook. Fan Xiong was unable to stand still. He saw the faint Buddhist light on the stage violently flickering. Zen Master Bright Moon cried out in alarm, "Ayo, not good." The staff in his hand stopped and he immediately activated his telekinesis to fly into the air. Zhu Junfeng was naturally faster than Zen Master Bright Moon. He was already standing in midair on his flying sword. He was looking at Xiao Hua with a shocked expression on his face. Fan Xiong was a bit slower. Seeing that the entire ring was about to collapse, he activated his true qi and flew out of the ring. Xiao Hua's heaven leveling staff was extremely heavy. Even if this simple stage was supported by a Buddhist formation, how could it withstand it? Xiao Hua stepped on the stage. He did not even make a move and the entire stage collapsed. -11. Chapter 32:12. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua's arrogant voice came from the dust of the collapsed arena. How can we fight in such a broken arena? Anyone who doesn't want to die, bring it on. Hiss. Xing Chen, Mo Jianli, and the others all stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at Xiao Hua and the heaven leveling staff in his hand in the middle of the tattered arena. The weight of Yuanya's magic staff had already exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that an ordinary person like Yuanya, who had never cultivated before, would be able to resist and even defeat Confucian cultivators who could almost enter the ranks just by relying on his vigorous movements and heavy weapon. And Xiao Hua didn't even make a move. The Buddhist formation supported by the three Transcendence Realm Arhats was crushed just like that. If this staff hit them, how tragic would that be? Disciple. Fan Xiong obviously couldn't stay in the air for long. After a while, he landed on the broken pillar of the arena. He answered in a low voice, somewhat absent-minded. He would rather break than bend, but it was obvious that the cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond his reach. How could he not bend? Xiao Hua looked around. The arena was gone, and the surroundings were silent. He looked at Fan Xiong's muttering and thought of what Xiao Jian said before. Yes, what was his cultivation? What was the cultivation of these people in front of him? They were just his juniors. Although his current strength was less than 1/10 of the earth crystal yarrow milk, He couldn't bully them because of this. After crossing the bottleneck of late gold core, he would become a nascent soul grandmaster. Since he was a grandmaster, he had to have the bearing and breadth of mind of a grandmaster. During the trip to Meng Mountains, whether it was Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao, they all told him what a grandmaster should do. But at that time, and for a long time after, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything. When he was in Thunder Controlling Sect's myriad Thunder Valley, Xiao Hua used soul stings to attack thousands of qi refining disciples with his nascent soul strength. He also fought against Foundation Establishment disciples at the Thunder Arena. This was because Xiao Hua didn't see himself as a grandmaster. Perhaps it was because the time was ripe, or perhaps it was because his 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to improve a lot, or perhaps it was because he was facing something familiar from his memories. In short, Xiao Hua felt that he had lost face by attacking a student who didn't make the grade. Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. There was even a hint of joy in his sigh. Why should I hide anything in hidden immortal continent now? Therefore, Xiao Hua's body moved. He channeled his remaining arcane energy and rushed into the sky. He pointed his finger at Xing Chen and Mo Jianli and smiled, "Don't make things difficult for the juniors. Why don't you wait for the two of you, or the three monks come together?" To be honest, if it wasn't because of the Tide Temple incident, I wouldn't even bother to attack. That's right, Xiao Hua really didn't feel any pressure when facing a cultivator who was only around the second level of essence energy. Even though his Dao, he still had Buddhist cultivation. Soul cultivator, Souls is Soul's thunder technique. Even if the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique was too powerful, Xiao Hua still had the heaven leveling staff. Xiao Hua believed that as long as he had the heaven pacifying rod in his hand, even if the hidden immortal continent was destroyed, he would not be afraid. Seeing Xing Chen flying out of the shed and Mo Jianli flying out of the shed, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He had discovered something interesting. His Buddha Sarira was the same as the others. It was in his Niwen Palace. But because there was a divine restriction outside his Niwen Palace, as long as he didn't release his Buddhist consciousness, ordinary Buddhist disciples couldn't detect his Buddhist cultivation. And just now, from the conversation between monk Ming Yu and Zhu Junfeng, Xiao Hua had already keenly sensed the gap between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. In the future, Xiao Hua might reveal his Confucian cultivation base, so now, and perhaps in the future, he didn't plan to let others know that he had Buddha Sarira. As soon as he flew out of the shed, Mo Jianli immediately used the mystic art of his sect. His eyes flashed with a faint clear light as he tried to see through Xiao Hua's cultivation. But to his surprise, other than the faint Shen Qi of the Confucian cultivator, he couldn't see anything else. Of course, Mo Jianli also knew that there were many secret techniques in the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, it was normal that he couldn't see Xiao Hua's cultivation. In particular, the commonly used methods of the three continents to determine the origin energy of the 9th grade and the 27th grade were not only effective for Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and demon sects, but there were also many other strange techniques that could not be measured by the grade of the origin energy. Taoism has been in decline for countless years. Who knows where Xiao Hua obtained the lost Daoist orthodoxy? But Mo Jianli knew that since Xiao Hua called himself Old Man and challenged all the cultivators of level 2 of the origin energy, Xiao Hua's cultivation didn't match his young appearance. Xiao Hua was definitely a cultivator of level 3 of the origin energy. Senior. Therefore, Mo Jianli didn't let Qiu Jian and the others come out. He flew up into the sky alone and bowed respectfully. Junior Mo Yang, Mo Jianli from the Chongyun sect of the country of Shi greets Senior. If Mo Jianli could think of it, Xing Chen could also think of it. But he didn't expect that Mo Jianli would put him in the position of a junior. This made Xing Chen feel a little awkward. Because Xing Chen couldn't see Xiao Hua's cultivation either, but he could vaguely see that Xiao Hua was a Confucian cultivator. When Mo Jianli called him senior, Xing Chen was shocked. He thought to himself, oh no, is this a secret move of the Chongyun sect? But then, he was confused again. If it was a secret move, Mo Jianli couldn't slap his own face on the spot. How could he expose him? Besides, Xiao Hua's flying technique didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be relying on external force. Who knew if he was like Xiao Jian, who often bluffed people? I'm Xing Chen from the Yunlin Temple. Greetings to fellow immortal Xiao. Although Xing Chen couldn't treat himself as a junior, he didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. You two are too polite. Xiao Hua twirled the heaven leveling staff in his hand. He smiled and returned the greeting. We're on the stage now, no need to be so polite. It won't be too late to talk about it after I, Xiaojin Temple, and Changsheng Academy finish this. Hehe, senior must be joking. Mo Jianli naturally didn't feel burdened. He smiled and said, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. My Chongyun sect is only here to join in the fun. How can we really fight with senior? If I knew senior had such methods, I would have made Zhu Junfeng admit defeat long ago. Yes, junior admits defeat on behalf of Changsheng Academy. Zhu Junfeng, who was standing in midair, saw Mo Jianli's attitude. How could he delay? He immediately bowed and said. Xiao Hua nodded. I'll remember this. In the future, Jiangchao Temple will have to rely on Changsheng Academy. Principal Zhu, please take care of it. Naturally Zhu Junfeng heard and knew that Xiao Hua would leave after this. Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya alone wouldn't be a threat to Changsheng Academy. How could he not agree? Immortal friend Xiao. Seeing Mo Jianli change sides, Xing Chen's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said, may I know where immortal friend is from? Xiaojin Temple's head is a disciple of my Yunlin Temple. I and others representing Xiaojin Temple is normal. Immortal friend, why are you representing Jiangchao Temple? Xiao Hua originally wanted to say that he was a loose cultivator from the West Ocean. However, when he thought about the West Ocean he immediately changed his words. I'm a loose cultivator from the East Ocean. Previously, I met with some trouble and was saved by Jiangchao Temple. Since there's kindness, I naturally have to repay it. I'll take responsibility for the fight between Jiangchao Temple and Xiaojin Temple. Moreover, I'm from the Taoist sect. All the Taoist sects in the world are one. Why can't I fight for Jiangchao Temple? East Ocean, loose cultivator? Xing Chen was shocked. That East Ocean was vast and boundless. Xiao Hua's one sentence made it impossible for Xing Chen to find the specific location. Senior Xiao. Mo Jianli asked curiously. You seem to have traces of my Confucian cultivation. I used to be a Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. However, I didn't have any breakthroughs. Later, when I was studying in the East Ocean, I encountered a storm and accidentally obtained a Taoist inheritance on a deserted island. Since then, I no longer focused on true qi cultivation. Congratulations, senior. Mo Jianli said with a smile. Senior's luck is profound. You obtained the inheritance of two sects. This is truly worthy of celebration. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and shook his head. I haven't practiced Confucian cultivation for many years. This Taoist cultivation is also a copy of a cat drawing a tiger. It can't be considered as obtaining the inheritance of two sect. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng's smile became even wider. Zhu Junfeng still felt that Changsheng Academy would lose face if he directly admitted defeat. However, Xiao Hua directly admitted that he was a Confucian cultivator. Changsheng Academy's face was instantly returned. Losing to a senior with Confucian cultivation was something that would never be ridiculed by others. I want to see how Xing Chen will deal with it. The two looked at Xing Chen at the same time. So, immortal friend Xiao is this poor monk's senior. Xing Chen's mouth was bitter, but he still insisted. If it was an ordinary fight, this poor monk would definitely admit defeat. However, today's fight involves the survival of Xiaojin Temple in Changsheng Town. This poor monk can't act on his own accord. Even if I have to pay with my life today, I still have to fight with senior. Of course, this poor monk admits that he is not senior's opponent. Just now, senior said that this poor monk's junior brothers and others can also fight together. Well said. Before Xing Chen could finish speaking, Xiao Hua interrupted him. You all can fight together. This Xiao won't take your lives. Thank you, Senior. Xing Chen was overjoyed to get the guarantee and bowed again. You're welcome. As long as you don't think that this old man is bullying the weak. Xiao Hua waved his hand casually. This junior doesn't dare. Senior, as long as you don't care about this junior's offense. The more Xing Chen listened to Xiao Hua, the more he felt that Xiao Hua was not bluffing. However, I still want to ask you to confirm it. If we are lucky enough to win by 1 or 2 moves, will you immediately order the Jiangchao Temple to withdraw from the Longevity Town? -11. Chapter 32:13. Yes, of course. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, I'm leaving. Xiao Jian and Xiao Chen are no match for all of you. Good. Xing Chen waved his hand and said, Junior brothers, come here. We 3 juniors would like to ask Senior Xiao to give us some pointers. Yes, Senior brother Tilda Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan flew out from the shed and surrounded Xiao Hua. They bowed and saluted. Xiao Hua nodded and returned the salute. Senior, be careful. Xing Chen waved his hand and a purple gold arms bowl appeared in his hand. He continued to shout, the 4 of us are forming a Buddhist formation. Senior, please give us some pointers on the power of this formation. Hee hee. Hearing this, Xiao Hua knew what Xing Chen was thinking, and said with a smile, you and the others, quickly set up the formation. I'll be waiting. Yes. Xing Chen was overjoyed. It takes time to set up the formation, but if they don't use it, the 4 of them might not be Xiao Hua's match. In order to prevent Xiao Hua from making a move and stopping him from setting up the formation, Xing Chen had to think. The result was as he expected. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all. Xing Chen made a hand seal and activated his telekinesis. The Buddhist consciousness in his Niwen palace also surged out. Wang. The alms bowl in Xing Chen's hand emitted a Buddhist light and turned into a lotus petal in the air. Xing Kong, Xing Minute, and Xing Fan also released their alms bowls and turned them into lotus petals of different colors. Amitabha. The 4 of them chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. The Buddhist consciousness gathered in the air and gradually formed a large Buddhist seal. Fight. Suddenly, Xing Chen let out a furious roar. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, his rather large Buddhist seal slammed towards the nearby Xiaojin temple. The Buddhist seal rushed out, and countless air currents surged out. Thousands of villagers who were staring at the sky without blinking their eyes began to howl violently above their head. Boom tilde, a huge explosion came from the Xiaojin temple. Then, like thousands of Buddhas chanting, a powerful telekinesis rushed out of the Xiaojin temple and landed on the 4 lotus petals. Hiss, psychokinesis again. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Xiao Hua had seen this psychokinesis in the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Although this psychokinesis was incomparable to the psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of bodhisattvas in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, it still couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, under the power of telekinesis, the 4 lotus petals spun crazily. Buddhist light rushed out and surrounded Xiao Hua. This Buddhist light gradually closed up and turned into an even bigger lotus. Moreover, countless heavenly flowers fell from the lotus, and the phantoms of countless heavenly maidens appeared. Even the sound of chanting could be heard. Senior, please. A smile appeared on Xing Chen's face when the light from the lotus stabilized. As long as Senior breaks this formation and defeats the 4 of us, my little gold temple will immediately withdraw from the Longevity Town. Good. Xiao Hua shouted and raised his heaven-leveling staff. Eat this Xiao's staff. Hee hee. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't use any Taoist spells and instead used the heaven-leveling staff, Xing Chen couldn't help but laugh. This Buddhist formation was formed by telekinesis, and it wasn't a real thing. If Xiao Hua had looked carefully for a moment, found the location of the 4 alms bowls, and then used the Ping Tian staff to hit the alms bowls in the formation, Xing Chen would have been scared. But Xiao Hua didn't even look at them. He just hit the lotus inside the Buddha's light out of nowhere. How could he break the formation? Besides, Even if Xiao Hua broke through the formation, Xing Chen wouldn't be afraid. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist sense was the most observant. The arms bowls were visible to the naked eye when the formation was first set up. But once the formation was set up, the 4 arms bowls were controlled by the Buddhist sense and could move freely within the formation. Although Xiao Hua's spells were fast, they couldn't be faster than the Buddhist sense, right? Junior brothers. Xing Chen ordered. The heavenly flowers in the Buddhist formation flourished. Each of them flashed with murderous intent and spun toward Xiao Hua. Isn't Senior Xiao too careless? Seeing how powerful the Buddhist formation was, Zhu Junfeng frowned and said to Mo Jianli in a low voice, "The Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect is the most powerful, especially the primary formation of the Confucian sect. I've never seen a Taoist formation, but it's best to break it before it's set up. Since it's set up, we can only find the eye of the formation." Senior Xiao's reckless attack. I'm not sure. Mo Jianli shook his head. I want to say that Senior Xiao is confident, but I don't know where he planted his bamboo shoot. Even this old man can't sense his true cultivation. If it's not unfathomable, then it's... Zhu Junfeng smiled and said in a low voice, "A swindler." Boom. The sky-leveling staff seemed to have heard Zhu Junfeng's slander and struck the lotus that surrounded Xiao Hua. Xing Chen thought that the sky-leveling staff couldn't touch the Buddhist light and psychokinesis, but it tore a huge hole in the Buddhist light and psychokinesis. The hole flashed rapidly, and the trembling spread in all directions. Xiao Hua's attack was powerful. How is this possible? Xing Chen's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that the Buddhist formation set up by the 4 of them collapsed under Xiao Hua's attack. Unfathomable. Mo Jianli murmured with his mouth agape. Similarly, he had never heard of a Buddhist formation that had already been set up being destroyed by a single strike from a staff. Xiao Hua put away the sky-leveling staff and looked coldly at Xing Chen and the other 3 who tried their best to activate their psychokinesis to stop the Buddhist formation from collapsing. However, it seemed that the 4 of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't resist the irresistible force of the Buddhist formation. Alas, this is an unfair victory. Xiao Hua sighed. Then, he activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Buddhist formation. He waved the sky-leveling staff and said, "Xing Chen, take this. Forget it." When Xing Chen saw Xiao Hua's awe-inspiring demeanor, he knew that he was no match for him. Strength can break all techniques. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a dejected thought appeared in his mind. Woo! A huge roar came from the distance. It sounded like thousands of cows mooing, but it also sounded like the shaking of heaven and earth. What's going on? Xiao Hua was shocked. How could he still care about defeating Xing Chen? He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the source of the sound. Not good. When Xiao Hua saw the situation in the distance, his expression changed drastically. His body involuntarily rose up and was about to fly away. Senior. Xiao Hua's divine sense was fast, but Xing Chen and the others' Buddhist awareness, Mo Jianli, and the others' eye-clearing and divine sense techniques weren't slow either. Just as Xiao Hua was about to fly away, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted, "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua frowned. "Do you still want to fight? Now that the water tribe is rampant and the people of Longevity Town are about to be plunged into misery and suffering, how can we still remember to fight?" Xing Chen hurriedly explained, "Although this fight hasn't ended yet, we know that we are no match for you. If you have something to say it quickly." Xiao Hua was angry. "Don't delay me from saving people." "Yes," Xing Chen hurriedly said, "we want to make a bet with you. Let's see if your Daoist method can save more people or my Buddhist method can save more people. Or perhaps, whoever had the means to eliminate the Longevity Town's calamity would be the winner. What do you think, Senior?" "Okay." Xiao Hua already felt that he had defeated Xing Chen and the other aquatic creatures because he had an unfair advantage. Therefore, after hearing Xing Chen's words, Xiao Hua agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe that these aquatic creatures could survive under his lightning strikes. Xing Chen was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Hua agree. He might not be able to save many people, but there were people in Xiao Jin Temple. They were much stronger than the 3 from Jiangchao Temple. Besides, didn't Ling Chen's Buddhist sense mean that there was a senior from the Buddhist sect near Longevity Town? Now that Longevity Town was in trouble, this senior would definitely help. This was why Xing Chen emphasized the Buddhist sect and not Xiaojin Temple or Yunlin Temple. Marshal nephew Ming Yu. Xing Chen waved his hand and said hurriedly, Longevity Town's Liao River is overflowing. The water tribe is wreaking havoc in the river. I'm afraid that Longevity Town will be flooded in a short time. Now, there are almost 2,000 people gathered in Xiaojin Temple. Quickly organize the disciples and send them to Xiaojin Temple. If Xiaojin Temple can't hold them, just stay on the hillside. Seeing that the river is coming, we can't go anywhere else. Yes, disciple understands. Zen Master Ming Yu's Buddhist sense was weak and couldn't see that far. However, after hearing Xing Chen's order and hearing the faint sounds in the distance, his expression changed. He hurriedly agreed and began to send the disciples. Mo Jianli didn't think much. He just waved his hand and flew away with Qiu Jian, Li Moming, and Ji Dong. He didn't give any orders to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng glanced at Mr. Taiyan with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't expect this unforeseen event to happen so fiercely and so unexpectedly. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. Long Life Academy was relatively close to Liaojiang, so right now, they were definitely panicking. Meanwhile, there were so many people here, Small Golden Temple's monks definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Long Life Academy could only leave the experienced students here. Principal Zhu. Mr. Taiyan saw the complicated look in Zhu Junfeng's eyes and understood what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. Almost without thinking, he said, I'll go back to the academy now. You go to the riverside with Mr. Mo. Yes, that's the only way. Zhu Junfeng nodded and said, these 100 disciples will stay here. After all, there are so many people here. Then, Zhu Junfeng named a few people to be in charge of this matter. He activated his sword light and chased after Xiao Hua and the others. The spectators naturally didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the exciting battle had suddenly ended, everyone flew to Liao River and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the students of the academy and the guidance of the monks of Xiaojin Temple, they were about to move to Xiaojin Temple. The thoughts of the students and monks were good, but the crowd was unwilling. They asked what had happened and why the contestants had left. They wanted to go to Little Golden Temple. After all, Little Golden Temple could not accommodate so many people. -11. Chapter 32:14. Longevity Academy students were quite experienced, all of them smiling. They only said that there were some strange changes in the town and the teachers were going to deal with it. They didn't know the specifics, only telling everyone to wait at Small Golden Temple. After a while, the teachers would return and they could leave. After hearing these words, those people were naturally doubtful, whispering noisily to each other. However, they were still obedient, slowly moving towards Small Golden Temple. However, compared to Longevity Academy students, Small Golden Temple's monks were clearly lacking in propriety. After Monk Ming Yu explained the cause of the matter to Ming Cheng and Ming Fa, they also hurriedly assigned the 30 or so disciples. Those disciples couldn't compare to Ming Cheng and Ming Fa. Their own expressions changed greatly, hurriedly urging the people around them to enter the temple. When everyone asked about it, they told them everything and revealed the urgency of the matter. When everyone learned the truth, they immediately exploded. Who didn't have family or property in Longevity Town? How could they quietly hide in Small Golden Temple? Even though Small Golden Temple's monks shouted until their throats were hoarse, saying that Buddha was protecting them, that the teachers were already going to deal with it, unfortunately, no matter how much they said, no one would listen. Most of the people simply ignored the monks' attempts to stop them and explain. They rushed down the hill faster than the tide and rushed into Longevity Town along the mountain path. This. Monk Ming Yu and the others were a bit confused as they watched the dispersing crowd. They really didn't understand. However, fortunately, less than 40% of the 2,000 people were calm. They knew that even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just give up their lives for nothing. Even though their hearts were twisted by knives, like ants on a hot pan, they still listened to Longevity Academy's arrangements, rushing towards Small Golden Temple. After this small unforeseen event, the situation immediately became clear. Those who could cause trouble all left, those who couldn't, didn't need the guidance of the monks and students. Even though it was a bit chaotic, they could all enter Small Golden Temple. As a result, Longevity Academy's students coldly looked at Small Golden Temple's monks. They were also worried about the Academy's safety, as well as the safety of the town's inner family. However, they still couldn't fly on their swords, so they could only wait here. Among the thousands of people in the entire Small Gold Temple, the calmest and calmest ones were probably Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya, who were currently in the Hall of Great Strength, commenting on the golden body of Buddha. The two of them were originally staying near the Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate. With this sudden turn of events, Yuan Ya immediately became alert. He pulled Xiao Jian and rushed into the Xiao Jin Temple. Xiao Jian originally wanted to pull the lame donkey along with the donkey cart, but Xiao Hua's sound transmission came. Xiao Jian's expression changed drastically. He trembled and loosened his grip on the reins. He rushed into the sect even faster than Yuan Ya. Within a few miles, the Xiao Jin Temple was located on the highest hill, and the highest point of the Xiao Jin Temple was the Great Buddha's Hall. At this moment, Xiao Jian did not care about the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. Without any scruples, he was the first to rush in. Just as Xiao Jian was making irresponsible remarks about the golden body of Buddha, Xiao Hua was activating the flying talisman and rushing towards Liao Jiang. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was lacking. He only felt that his body was heavier than a mountain. He flew slower than a snail. Not only could he not catch up with Mo Jianli, but even Xing Chen looked at him strangely and flew far away. Xiao Hua was extremely depressed. There was no other way. Whether it was in his meridians or in his body, they were all blocked by the earth crystal yarrow milk. This thing was very precious. The stingy Xiao Hua was not willing to waste it. He could only refine it bit by bit, either to refine his body, or to refine it into vital energy, or to refine the so-called great vital energy. All of these required time. What was particularly strange was that although the days in Longevity Town were not long, Xiao Hua had already discovered that although he did not deliberately refine the earth crystal yarrow milk into vital energy, the generated vital energy still flowed into the invisible golden core. The invisible golden core was like an insatiable Pishio. It could contain as much vital energy as it wanted. It was not an ordinary bottleneck of the later stage of golden core as Xiao Hua thought. Could it be that there is an 18th level golden core? This was Xiao Hua's occasional thought. Of course, from the cultivation method jade slip in Xiao Hua's hand and his experience in cultivating the 18th level of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivation methods, the possibility of an 18th level golden core should not be big. But where was the problem? All the cultivation methods and experiences in the past were useless. What blocked Xiao Hua's path was an unknown problem. For Xiao Hua, who never believed that there could be a cultivation method in this world that could reach the heavens, this was not only a challenge, but also a kind of opportunity. But now, in addition to complaining about his flying speed, Xiao Hua had the kind of anger towards the water tribe. That's right, when the strange movement sounded, Xiao Hua's divine sense had already seen a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Although the Liao River was turbulent before, it had raised many fishermen in Longevity Town. Suddenly, a wave of more than 10 zhong high suddenly rushed up. That wave was much worse than the huge waves of the West Sea or the Guihe Sea, but when it fell down, it immediately destroyed the simple dam near the Liao River, and then rushed towards the town with a speed of 1,000 li. This was an inland town that was completely defenseless. The river water only needed to wreak havoc, and everything within 3 li of the Liao River in Longevity Town turned into a swamp. Fortunately, except for the first wave, the water of the Liao River was controlled by the water tribe. It seemed to be waiting for something, and no more water came out. Only this one wave of the huge wave washed over the 3 li of the swamp, But it was already too horrible to look at. Not to mention the broken roofs floating in the water, not to mention the extremely large number of poultry corpses floating in the water, not to mention the bedding, window frames, and tables soaked in the water. Just the crying and screaming villagers running away in the water already made Xiao Hua's eyes burn with anger. At this time, the amount of river water that rushed into Longevity Town could not be considered much. It probably only submerged the waist of an ordinary person. Many villagers living by the river, old and young, desperately ran away. And in the midst of the chaos, there were many casualties. The speed of the water had already slowed down, and the water level was also slowly falling. But even so, since there were poultry corpses, how could the villagers' corpses not be enough? A baby with his face down swayed along with the waves, his white buttocks facing the sky. A corner of the baby's belly was still hanging on the baby's back, and that bright red color was very dazzling. When Xiao Hua saw it, that baby's corpse was precisely hit by a thick and long wooden pillar. The corpse softly sank for a moment, and then floated up again. Xiao Hua's heart ached for no reason, and he used his teeth to tightly bite his lips. Around 3 li away, there was water everywhere, and the tragic scene was truly heartbreaking. But this was only a fuse. In Longevity Town 3 li away, those places that had higher terrains were now in a state of panic. First, the tremors and the sound of the water attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and then the man-devouring waves shattered the calmness and confidence of those who saw all this. They shouted as if their lives depended on it, and ran towards Longevity Town as if their lives depended on it. The news of the aquatic creatures massacring the town was like a gust of wind that blew towards Longevity Town. Everyone was in a state of panic, and it was as if a nest had exploded. People stepped on people, people squeezed people, and no one cared about anyone else. Everyone wanted to escape to a safe place before the second wave of the river water came. But it was precisely this kind of panic that before the river water came, many people's lives were already squeezed out. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Right at the edge of Longevity Town, there was a several jong tall water wall. Inside the water wall, there seemed to be turbulent waves, and more than 10 enormous aquatic creatures covered in pitch-black scales were also crazily baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the water wall. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked towards the two sides of the water wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only did this water wall become taller, it also stretched for an extremely long time. Even without using his divine sense to check, it was likely that this water wall covered the area of several li around Longevity Town. As long as the water wall slammed down, the Liao River's water would definitely destroy the entire Longevity Town like breaking rotten weed. Not to mention human lives, even all the buildings would be destroyed. It was definitely a purgatory on earth. What Xiao Hua could see, the people who were slightly closer to the river could also see. This water wall was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and if there was a slight delay, it would fall down and take their lives. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed angrily, and a faint green light began to flicker between his eyebrows. Facing this monster that wanted to destroy the entire Longevity Town, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't show mercy. Although the water wall was controlled by the water creature and couldn't fall down for a while, the sound of the waves within was still ear-piercing, and the sound of the surging waves was louder than muffled thunder. Not only did it cover the cries and screams of the villagers who were fleeing in panic, it also blocked the voices of Xing Chen and the others who had flown to the front of the water wall to negotiate with the water creature. Xing Chen and the others flew faster than Xiao Hua, and arrived here a step earlier. However, in the process of their arrival, everything had already happened. The river was several li long, and the water was fierce. Other than Xing Kong and Xing Minute casually saving the two children, they couldn't do anything else. When Xing Chen and the others saw the water wall that was forming above the river, their first reaction was no longer to save the children, but to stop the water wall from forming, and to prevent the river water from crashing into Longevity Town even more fiercely. Xing Chen flew up into the sky, and after crossing the water wall that was several zhong high, he saw the waves that were several li high, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had thought of many possibilities of a monster attack, including the water creatures of Liao River. However, he had never thought that the water creatures would use the water of Liao River to destroy Longevity Town directly. After all, this wasn't just the power of one or two water creatures, and it wasn't something that could be done by second or third level elemental energy. If there were so many water creatures, and they were so powerful, why would they come to destroy an insignificant Longevity Town? They could have just gone to Jishun Town, where there were many people and boats, and it was much more prosperous than Longevity Town. However, this fleeting thought just happened to appear in front of his eyes, and Xing Chen had no choice but to face it head-on. Fellow immortal Xing Chen looked at Mo Jianli, who was standing not far away from him, and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to deal with this, but I do know that I don't have the power to stop these water creatures. They are stronger than us. -11. Chapter 32:15. That's right. Mo Jianli's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. He nodded and said, the development of the situation is beyond the expectations of the sect. I think the Yunlin Temple is the same. The waterkind are here to wipe out the entire Longevity Town. There must be something fishy going on here. But Xing Chen hesitated. Looking at the dozens of waterkind behind the water wall, he said in a low voice, Will they listen to us? They have to listen. Mo Jianli sneered, even if I die here, I have to fight for a chance of survival for the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. Then, Mo Jianli turned to Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, hurry back to the Longevity Academy. This is an emergency. Before Mo Jianli could finish, Zhu Junfeng understood. He nodded and said, Mr. Mo, be careful. If things go wrong, go now. Mo Jianli waved his hand coldly. Yes. Zhu Junfeng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried off with his sword light. Don't worry, fellow immortal Mo. Seeing that Mo Jianli had made up his mind, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted, Senior Xiao Hua of the Daoist School is behind us. Why don't we see what kind of magic he has? Mo Jianli bit his lips and turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was flying closer and closer. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior Xiao is powerful, but it seems that he is good at body refining. Also, as far as I know, the Daoist school mostly uses killing people. When it comes to saving people, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the Confucian school and the Buddhist school. Seeing that Xiao Hua was flying slowly, Xing Chen murmured in his heart. Xiao Hua could defeat him easily, but if he could defeat the waterkind and save people, it would be impossible. Without waiting for Xing Chen to reply, Mo Jianli rushed to the water wall with his sword light flashing under his feet. Boom. Mo Jianli's sword light was blocked by the water wall. Obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation in front of the water wall. Mo Jianli opened his mouth. Whoosh. A 3-inch-long flying sword rushed out and flashed across the sky like lightning. The space above the water wall was twisted, and a 10-foot-long crack appeared on the water wall from top to bottom. Whoosh. It was like a flood bursting out of a dam. The waterfall like water rushed out of the crack and flowed into the Longevity Town. Mo Jianli saw that he had made a fool of himself and was a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush through the crack, but he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. Fortunately, the invisible restriction on the left side of the crack shone brightly with blue light and gradually mended the crack from bottom to top, causing the water flow to gradually decrease. Why is that? Mo Jianli's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand something. He shouted, Li Mo Ming, come here. Hearing his martial uncle's call, Li Mo Ming hurriedly flew over. However, before he could get close, a clear roar was heard. At the crack that had not mended yet, a 3-foot-tall, pitch-black water creature with 1-foot-long black scales appeared. This water creature had a huge fish head. Its 2 eyes, which were bigger than fists, stared at Mo Jianli without blinking. Mo Jianli looked at the huge black fish. Although he had not used the clear eye technique to check his strength, he felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Mo Jianli immediately knew that the water creature's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Therefore, he did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, My fellow immortal. Whoosh. The black fish did not allow Mo Genli to speak. It opened its mouth and a water blue light, which was even more powerful than the huge sword, pierced towards Mo Genli. Clang! Mo Genli was prepared. He reached out his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. He gathered his essence force and hacked with all his might. Boom! With a huge sound, the blue light was dissipated by Mo Genli's attack, but he himself was also sent flying several feet away before he finally stopped with a pale face. Mo Ming, hurry up and ask him. Mo Genli did not stop and immediately shouted. Yes, Martial Uncle. Li Mo Ming's face was a bit pale. He hurriedly opened his mouth and made a strange sound. It seemed that he was talking to the black fish. At this time, Xiao Hua had already flown over. He looked at the black fish who was talking to Li Mo Ming with an unfriendly face. Seeing Xiao Hua's face, Mo Genli hurriedly said, Senior Xiao, don't worry. Mo Ming is good at using the Yarrow language. He can understand the language of the water creatures. Look at this water wall. It is condensed and not moving. This water creature of Liaojiang River seems to be waiting for something. I think we should ask him first. Who would have thought that before Mo Genli could finish speaking, with a wung sound, the black fish demon spat out another ray of light, piercing towards Li Mo Ming with incomparable speed. Looking at the withered yellow eyes of the black fish demon, there was actually a kind of impatience and disdain. Clang! Li Mo Ming was already on guard. He hurriedly swung his flying sword. However, he was far weaker than Mo Genli. As soon as he touched the light, the flying sword was immediately shattered. The black fish's light did not stop at all. It quickly pierced towards Li Mo Ming's chest. Seeing that Li Mo Ming was about to die under this light, Xiao Hua did not have enough spiritual power at this time. His eyes were burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Woo! At this critical moment, Li Mo Ming's chest swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a red stream from his mouth. Boom! It hit the light, and he took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The red stream blocked 70% of the light, but there was still 30% that rushed out of the red stream. However, this 30% only cut off half of Li Mo Ming's hair. It did not kill Li Mo Ming. Li Mo Ming might have been scared, or maybe it was because the red stream consumed too much of his spiritual power. Li Mo Ming's originally pale face did not have a trace of blood. It was difficult for him to even stand still in the air. Without waiting for Mo Genli's order, Ji Dong immediately flew over and supported Li Mo Ming. Roar! The black fish was furious again. Its body swayed, and a huge wave rose to the sky. Catcher! Without waiting for the black fish to make another move, Xiao Hua's forehead glowed green. A ball of green light rushed into the sky. Following the appearance of this green light in the sky above Liaojiang River, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The appearance of the lightning was extremely strange and extremely fast. The black fish had just noticed it when a thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck down. Zilla! The heavenly lightning was like a burning red spear. It directly pierced through the black fish's body. Those 1-foot-long scales were instantly pierced through. A wave of roasted fish fragrance came from the black fish's body. Roar! The black fish felt the pain and his body shook. With a roar, he spat out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl flew out, bringing with it a wave of water, and rushed straight into the sky. His body slid and fell into the waves. He actually wanted to escape. The pearl brought with it a wave of water, like a water dragon coming out of the sea, and welcomed the rain like lightning. Catcher! Another few loud sounds. Not only was the pearl smashed into pieces, even the black fish was hit by the heavenly lightning again. The strangeness of this heavenly lightning was definitely out of the black fish's expectations. It could actually pass through the river water and directly hit his body. This time, the black fish was not as lucky as the last time. The heavenly lightning struck his chest. Several streams of black blood gushed out. The black fish's body flapped a few times. It was no different from an ordinary black fish. His belly turned white, and he floated to the surface of the Liao River. Mo Genli was shocked. Xiao Hua's attack was too cruel and too fast. He did not even have the chance to warn Xiao Hua before the blackfish was killed by Xiao Hua. Not only that, but Xiao Hua's lightning and thunder technique had a range of 1 mile. Other than the blackfish, the other aquatic creatures were also killed or injured. Therefore, Mo Jianli said anxiously, "Sigh. Senior Xiao, don't kill like this first." "What? Things have come to this. Do you still want to get information from these aquatic creatures?" Xiao Hua looked at the blood on the river and said coldly. Mo Jianli bit his lips and nodded. "I know that Senior Xiao is powerful, but Senior Xiao, unless you can kill all these aquatic creatures, otherwise, the danger of Longevity Town's destruction will never pass. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town will not be saved. If Senior Xiao only wants to defeat Little Gold Temple, then I will ask Xingchen to admit defeat." "Ha ha, Mo Jianli." Xiao Hua laughed and pointed his finger. "Are you afraid that I will anger the aquatic creatures and they will pour the river water into Longevity Town? Are you trying to find out the purpose of flooding Longevity Town from the water tribe?" "That's right." Mo Jianli nodded. "Senior Xiao, even if you can kill all the aquatic creatures, they only need to release the water wall. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will disappear in an instant. Senior Xiao, you are happy. You can leave, but what about the students of Longevity College and the monks of Little Gold Temple? You are too careful." Xiao Hua shook his head. "Besides, I didn't kill the aquatic creatures in front of Monk Xingchen just to defeat Little Gold Temple as you think, didn't you see? You asked Li Ming to talk to the aquatic creatures, but they ignored him. If you don't beat them until they feel pain, they won't talk. Besides, looking at the situation, even if I don't do anything, they won't let the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town go. Since that's the case, why can't I take their lives with me? Don't worry. If the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town die, I will kill all the aquatic creatures in Liao River." Mo Jianli naturally knew that Xiao Hua's words were reasonable. Without strength, one had no right to speak. However, he was still afraid of angering the aquatic creatures. Just as he was about to defend himself, several powerful elemental thoughts swept out from Liao River. The entire Liao River became even more turbulent. When the elemental thoughts swept past Mo Jianli, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. In a voice of disbelief, he moaned, "Aquatic creatures with elemental power beyond 2nd level. How could they appear here?" Of course, the elemental thoughts of the aquatic creatures were much more powerful than Mo Jianli. He couldn't judge the strength of the aquatic creatures at all. Besides, there was more than one of them. How could he not be scared? Not to mention Mo Jianli, even Xiao Hua's face turned pale when he saw the spirit power of the spirit creature, which was similar to his spirit power, sweep across the area. Then, hundreds of enormous water-kind creatures came out of the water in a radius of tens of miles. -11. Chapter 32:16. These weren't ordinary water creatures. The blackfish spirit from before had already shocked Xiao Hua, but in front of these water creatures, the blackfish spirit was like a child. These aquatic creatures were several hundred feet tall, and the scales on their bodies were comparable to millstones. Blackfish demons did not have many teeth in their mouths, but these aquatic creatures had fangs that were more than a foot long. What was special was that their mouths were extremely wide, and the 2 rows of fangs were completely exposed. The white color of their fangs was tinged with a bloody light, and they were extremely bloodthirsty. After these water creatures floated up, the wall of water suddenly increased by 10 feet and the waves became even more turbulent. "Chimpage." Xiao Hua sneered, "Since we can't avoid it, then let's kill a few more first." Then, another dark green brilliance appeared and the lightning that had just subsided appeared again. One after another, the heavenly lightning bolts were like vigorous swimming dragons, roaring in the air as they pounced towards the hundreds of water creatures. Woo-woo! Roars and whimpers rose one after another, as if all the water creatures knew that danger was coming. Following the roars, pillars of water sprayed out from the water creatures' mouths. These pillars of water seemed to be light, but also like river water, azure blue in color. When the pillars of water reached about 10 feet in the air, they fell back down with a hua sound. The moment they fell, each pillar of water blossomed with a chrysanthemum-like brilliance. This brilliance quickly extended like a huge tentacle, fusing together upon contact. In the blink of an eye, a layer of azure blue water appeared under the heavenly lightning. Rumble. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell at the right time, smashing onto this brilliance. The layer of water was smashed down by more than half a foot, and the lightning bolts violently swam above the brilliance, melting countless brilliance in the lightning. However, in just a moment, the lightning bolts actually disappeared in the water. These water creatures probably have the strength of a third-level origin energy. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling. He understood that today's situation was not good. Although the Soul Cultivator's lightning and thunder technique is mysterious and can create something out of nothing, but its power is still too weak. It can't compare to the Dao sect's lightning drawing technique. Although Xiao Hua's heart was filled with regret, his movements were still not slow. A green light flashed between his eyebrows again, and a dozen bolts of heavenly lightning were born from the water. Boom! This time, Xiao Hua had learned his lesson. He did not launch a large-scale attack, but instead, a dozen lightning bolts poured down on a huge aquatic creature's body. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the huge body of the aquatic creature trembled violently and sank to the bottom of the water. Even if he wasn't killed by Xiao Hua's sneak attack, it seemed like he had lost more than half of his life. Sir, Elder. Mo Jianli was not only shocked by the power of the water kind, he was also shocked by Xiao Hua's mysterious lightning controlling spell. His impression of Xiao Hua changed again, but he still begged, "You have already hurt them. Why don't we let Mo Ming go and ask? If what?" Xiao Hua frowned and turned around to look at the 100,000 innocent villagers of the immortal town who were running for their lives even though they had already sensed the danger. He shook his head and said, "Is there any room for negotiation in such a situation? Even if there is room for negotiation, what about this Xiao's grudge with the water kind?" The current Xiao Hua was no longer as indecisive as he was in the Xiao Yu continent. After the baptism of blood, the test of life and death, he gradually revealed his ferociousness. Towards some specious matters, he had completely made his own decision. Elder Xiao. Mo Jianli smiled bitterly. This junior came to the immortal town to save these 100,000 villagers. Seeing that there is a glimmer of hope, how can this junior not try? Elder's grudge with the water kind is for the sake of the villagers of the immortal town. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to bear this grudge with Elder. Even if this junior dies in the hands of the water kind, I am willing. Can you do it? Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Although death is easy, there is no value in dying. What's the use of you dying? This junior knows that he is incompetent. His cultivation is only a fraction of Elder's. Mo Jianli said sternly, Elder will not believe this junior's word. Of course, this junior can also use my Chongyun sect's name to bear this grudge for Elder, but this junior can clearly tell Elder. This time, the Chongyun sect did not pay enough attention to the disaster of the immortal town. This junior does not dare to use the sect's name to vouch for Elder. Moreover, this disaster of the immortal town should be handled by the government of the country of Xi. Elder has seen for himself, the power of the government here is really weak. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli was clear, and waved his hand. Fellow immortal Mo, there is no need to say any more. This Xiao does not mind. I just want to kill as many people as I can before the disaster of the immortal town arrives. Use their lives as a sacrifice to the dead. Fellow immortal Xing Chen, come quickly. Hearing this, Mo Jianli hurriedly waved his hand. Not far away, Xing Chen and the others were also stunned. However, their cultivation was also low, so they could not help. Now that they heard Mo Jianli's call, they immediately flew over. Elder Xiao, fellow immortal Mo. Xing Chen hurriedly asked, do you have a plan? Mo Jianli looked at the messy huge sea beasts on the water wall and said in a low voice, we do not have a plan yet. Right now, we want to find out why these sea beasts are attacking the immortal town. Elder Xiao will take charge of the situation here and intimidate the sea beasts. We will escort Li Moming over and work together with the sea beasts. Okay. At this point, Xing Chen did not remember the bet he made with Xiao Hua. He hurriedly said, "We will do as you say." Seeing Xiao Hua nodding silently and frowning at the hundreds of sea beasts, Mo Jianli did not know what he was thinking, or whether he was choosing the next target to attack. Mo Jianli hurriedly led the group to the water wall. Catcher! Another clap of thunder sounded, and it hit the water wall in front of Mo Jianli and the others. A hole about 3 meters wide appeared on top of the water wall, and this hole was surrounded by lightning. On one hand, it prevented the seal from healing, and on the other hand, it prevented the hole from growing bigger. Mo Jianli and the others did not dare to rush through the seal. They only protected Li Moming at the hole and shouted some strange syllables into the water wall. The 3 continents are really messy. Xiao Hua was speechless. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. There is even the Dragon Palace. Their languages are all different. It is so troublesome to speak. If I have time later, I will ask Li Moming to learn the language of the sea beast. Oh, why are the sea beasts not moving? And there are no sea beasts coming to deal with them? Could it be that the host has not come out yet? While Xiao Hua was puzzled, the turbulent water surface of the Liao River suddenly calmed down. The hundreds of huge sea beasts flew out of the water. Under the scorching sun, there were only shadows and specks of golden light on the surface of the river. Xiao Hua almost rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Of course, it was only for a moment. Gurgle, gurgle. With a loud sound, tens of thousands of bubbles rushed out of the river like boiling water. In an instant, they covered a dozen miles of the river surface. Then, a group of soldiers dressed in armor, holding bright weapons, and even carrying banners surged out of the river. This time, Xiao Hua really wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes. He muttered, "Damn it, I am seeing ghost." Of course, when had Xiao Hua ever seen such a scene on the Xiaoyu continent? Xiao Hua was extremely curious. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw clearly that this group was made up of hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts. There were fish and prawns, birds and crabs. There were also a few strange sea beasts that Xiao Hua had never seen before. However, these sea beasts were not in human form. They were 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal person. They were not holding weapons with their hands, but claws or pincers. These sea beasts were also wearing strange armor. There was some red rust on the armor and some seaweed. This armor seemed to be protecting the sea beasts and hiding their cultivation. Xiao Hua could not see through their strength for a moment. However, looking at the intelligent eyes of these sea beasts, Xiao Hua knew that these sea beasts were definitely stronger than normal cultivators. Xiao Hua had just finished looking when he heard a loud sound from the group. The body of the giant sea beast that Xiao Hua had just shot down slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The body of the sea beast trembled slightly. Obviously, it did not die. However, the lightning had not dissipated, so it could not move freely. After the body of the sea beast came out of the water, it did not stop. It continued to rise. Then, Xiao Hua saw a long and thin arm appear under the body of the sea beast. Sigh. Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He understood that the sea beast that was about to come out should be the person in charge of the array. Moreover, seeing that this sea beast could lift the giant sea beast with one hand, its strength must be ridiculously strong. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua, Mo Jianli, and the others, another shocking scene appeared under the long and thin arm. Xiao Hua originally thought that this arm belonged to a strange sea beast. He would not be surprised if it was a fish. However, what appeared in the end was actually a 3-ki-long midget. Moreover, this midget was human. Not only did it have 4 limbs, it also had facial features. The funniest thing was that this midget was riding on a giant seahorse. Looking at the incomparably huge sea beast on the midget, and then looking at the incomparably huge seahorse below the midget, Xiao Hua almost fell down from the sky laughing. Mo Jianli and the others were different from Xiao Hua. They didn't even have time to laugh, because the dwarf's gaze swept across them. His cold, steel-like primordial spirit swept across them. They shuddered, and a feeling of being in an ice cave involuntarily rose from their hearts and bodies. Li Mo Ming, who was shouting just now, opened his mouth. He did not dare to make any sound. It was as if he attracted the attention of this midget, he would be killed by this midget's gaze. 11. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,